Welcome everyone to the NECC. I am Paladino. We've got some League of Legends for you today, coming at you very, very soon. I already said I'm Paladino here with Camcom. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well today, Paladino. We've got a early Wednesday afternoon. I was going to say early Wednesday morning. It's not morning anymore, Paladino, but early Wednesday afternoon, 5 p.m. match between DPU Gold, DePauw University, and Tiffin University. Also, their gold roster. We haven't had a 5 p.m. match in a while, Paladino. Welcome back to 5 p.m.
I know, it's early, but yeah, we've got it coming at you very, very soon. Game 1 is already in the process of drafting on an outside client, so we'll have that fairly soon. But this should be a good match. You know, coming into this one, we've got, like you mentioned, TU. They are 4-1 here in the Emergents Mideast, facing off against DePauw University Gold. They've had a pretty good start as well, 3-2. Not quite the same as TU, but should be a pretty good one coming into this one, especially now reaching about the midway point, nearing the end of the regular season here of the Emergents.
Yeah, I definitely think 4-1 is a very strong start to, of course, any season. And then if they take the win today, they would end up being 5-1 going into, like you said, just the last couple of weeks before the playoffs, 5-1. And eventually, if you can keep only that one loss, can almost 100% of the time secure your first. I'm not sure if the current first place team is undefeated, but usually just having one loss can get you into that first or second seed. DePauw University Gold, not far behind, though. They are sitting at 3-2 right now. So, in theory, if DePauw University does take the game here today, then they would actually end up tying for 4-2 with the TU Dragons.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one. Lots of things to be potentially shuffled around here, depending on how this series goes. We've got the rosters for you here now. The TU Dragons going with Donate ZZZ in the top lane, Julian 420 in the jungle, Blue Light in the mid lane, and the bot lane for them today, Total Fighting and Apule.
Apple, almost all. Yeah. They're almost all juniors across this entire lineup. You have your jungle. Your jungler is not school year jungle. They are junior, actually. I wish my school year was jungle. That would be funny, but no. All juniors except for their top laner as being the sophomore. Very interesting. No, one of their subs, actually. I thought it was their top laner, Donuts, but no, it's actually one of their substitute top laners. Has a major of digital forensics, which I had not heard of before today.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, for sure. This is an interesting TU Dragons roster, like you mentioned. Lots of juniors here, and all sitting around that platinum high gold level, with the exception of their jungler, who's currently master tier. So I imagine we'll see some interesting picks out of him today. But first, we've got the DePauw University Gold roster, GCU Aqua in the top lane, Barpoke Mew in the jungle, Bavezi mid lane, and rounding out the bot lane, Tembarin and Android.
Android down there in the bot lane. This one is a little bit more mixed up. There's only 3 juniors on this lineup. You have a freshman top laner, definitely much harder to make a collegiate squad as a freshman, and then of course Android down there as your sophomore as well. DePauw University definitely want to win this game here today, to at very least tie with TU Dragons going into the last couple of weeks here in the regular season. You don't want to be going 3-3. That the 50% win rate is not always looking so great.
Yeah, certainly not. So we will see how things go. You definitely, like you mentioned, you don't want to drop down to 500 if you can prevent it, but that'll be all up to them here in game number 1. Should be starting very soon. We've got the drafts already finished up. Some interesting things, some things that have been ever prevalent in the meta across competitive play, but certainly some interesting choices from both these sides. Like I mentioned, from the side of the TU Dragons, their jungler is by far the highest ranked player across this game.
Yeah.
We've got platinum players galore, but peaking GM currently a master tier, so should see some interesting picks, and we'll see. Jungle is one of those roles that you're not going to see, like when you have a high ranked, solo lane or a bot lane, you're going to see the jungler constantly play through them. But this is sort of the inverse. We have a very, very strong jungler, so we'll see if the team try to build compositions to play around them. We will have GPU on the blue side here in game number 1, banning out Kindred, Graves, and Swain as the TU Dragons take away Fiddlesticks, Kaisa, and the Aatrox.
I am interested to see why DPU Gold did end up banning 2 junglers. Typically on teams, at least that I've played with, The enemy player that is the highest rank, typically you don't actually ban them out. I've much more commonly seen the strategy of banning the lowest ranked player on the enemy team, but DPU Gold doesn't have the same strategy. That is perfectly okay. They did ban 2 of Julian's champions, and Julian will end up locking in that Hecarim. Hecarim not being as meta recently, maybe a little bit more meta in the higher elos, like the Master Plus that he is, of course, in, but it is always a champion that you can still play. I don't think he was ever at a particularly weak point, maybe other than like the one like 46% win rate patch, but he's always been like hovering around 50. He's never like a particularly bad shape. He definitely one that you can potentially 1v9 on if you get enough kills in the early phase of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It is his second most played in solo queue, right behind the Diana. I understand taking the Kindred away, especially from a master tier player. I know you talked about typically banning out the more lower ranked individuals, but if a Kindred in the hands of someone who plays a lot of Kindred gets snowballing, it can be really, really scary. So instead, they opt to hand over that Hecarim instead. So for the side of DPU Gold, we will have Mordekaiser, Vi, Lissandra, and Xayah. They'll, of course, round it out with the Rakan to finish out their lineup. And then on the side of the TU Dragons, we've already talked about the Hecarim. They've got Set in the top lane, LeBlanc for Blue Light, and then Ezreal Karma in the bot lane. So certainly some interesting drafts. I know I mentioned it right before we started stream. Fairly meta bot lanes with Xayah, Rakan. Ezreal Karma, not super meta right now, but is always going to be a decent answer just to give you push into the strong bot lane that is Xayah, Rakan. My only potential concern as I look at both these sides comes from the side of DPU Gold, which is double AP solo lane, and Vi currently is not going to be that more damage build bruiser. Typically, we could see something like the Divine Sunderer, but more often than not, it's going to be things like Black Cleaver into Radiant Virtue, so you're really, really relying on Timber and on the Xayah to apply as much DPS on that AD carry role. It's not possible, it's not impossible, excuse me. Xayah incredibly strong right now, but certainly I think putting yourself at a bit of a disadvantage going for such heavy AP solo lanes.
I definitely agree, and it's not only just that they have the double AP solo lanes, it's that their solo lanes are largely utility based and like that engage as. So you don't get a whole lot of damage, like you said. The only damage that DPU Gold really has is that Xayah in the bot lane, and Xayah isn't really a champion that can do much damage before, like, I guess probably like 2.5 items is her first real power spike, so DPU Gold will largely be lacking in the early game in terms of damage, which means probably giving up 1 Herald, potentially maybe a couple Dragons as well, and that is not something that you want to do when you are already at a rank deficit in the jungle. The master tier player, the only player that is above Platinum in this game, is not one that you want to be giving every single free objective to in the early game because your team comp just simply doesn't have enough damage to deal with them.
Yeah, especially not. I mean, it is interesting on the side of TU. I do think their draft is pretty good. It has a bit of a split identity in my eyes. You have champions who really want to dive in, like Hecarim, like Set. And then you have LeBlanc, who is more like pick-oriented, really want to blow people up in the mid-game. And then your bot lane is far more just poke, try to get push in the bot lane and sit back and have people come to you, whereas Xayah really, really does well into those engaged champs. Incredible with disengage, so is Rakan, of course, Xayah with the ability to have that self-peel, so a decent pick into the Hecarim, into the things like the Set. So both sides kind of having interesting drafts that we'll have to see how they are executed for sure. You did bring up a good point that even I didn't really consider until you mentioned it, that not only does DPU Gold opting for the double AP solo lane, but they are utility picks. You don't think of Lissandra as like a one-shot champ mid lane mage. You don't think of Mordekaiser as the same. He's kind of more of a sustain, pull somebody in the death realm. If he can get someone like the Ezreal, someone like the Karma maybe into the death realm and win that 1v1, make the fight turn around. But I think that the lack of damage is potentially concerning. I guess we'll see what DPU Gold decides to go with in the jungle, at least when it comes to the build. Like I mentioned, things like Divine Sunderer are not bad on Vi. It's just not what we've seen more commonly recently. But now that we've talked about the drafts, kind of broken down both sides, DPU Gold and the side of the TU Dragons, I mean, who are you favoring here in this one? If you've got to pick, like I said, there's pros and cons to both sides.
There is pros and cons to both sides, but I think based on champions picked and nothing else, I would give it to Tiffin. I think they are going to have a much safer early game. They are going to be allowed to scale and have some solid insurance policies from their bot lane. no matter what really happens in the earlier mid game. If they do miss a couple of early objectives, even though DPU Gold doesn't have really enough damage to potentially take those objectives, I think Tiffin can potentially make up for that thanks to the scaling of the Ezreal Karma. You can always just bank on these insurance policy type bot laners, right? Like, they are always going to be able to do damage later in the game, whereas the Xayah and Rakan, yes, they can, but it's not as 100% you could probably guarantee that they will be able to get to that stage of the game. So I'm going to give it to Tiffin for game 1 based on champions, but we'll have to see how accurate that actually is. I was hoping that I was going to magically transition the game. It was not. It was not that close, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the things that even more concerns me from the side of DPU Gold is the Vi pick. I think, obviously, Vi is incredibly strong, picked across all major regions, essentially. It is used as, ways to vacuum answer different things across solo lanes. But Vi, at least with the lockdown and the reasons she's picked more commonly in professional play, with things like Ezreal, who can just E away, Hecarim with the incredible move speed, LeBlanc can dash away, Set is not a target you really want to be ulting. If your focus and your only realistic goal is to ult the Karma, I think you're already kind of in a poor position. But we'll see, any of these lanes can be snowballed. It is important to note that a Xayah Rakan lane, if it gets ahead, Xayah is incredibly strong right now with the interaction with the Navori Quick Blades. Even though those nerfs came out just a little bit ago, she's still incredibly strong, can output a ton of damage, and does really well into things like Hecarim and Set, who want to dive in. Just the disengage is incredibly strong on this AD carry alone. But we won't get anything spicy here at the level 1, just a 5-point from both sides.
5-point from both sides. No even deep vision in the enemy jungler. In fact, both teams placing some very defensive vision on their own blue buffs. That's not something that I usually see, actually, from junglers. Usually they at least try to go for a chicken ward, maybe even a pixel ward, but nobody has even walked past the river quite yet. The only potential level 1 fight that we may get is the bot lane from the TU Dragons, and then it's just because Julian decided to start top. No leash on the bot side, actually from both teams now. The bot lane from DPU actually walking down the bot lane as well now, but I don't know if it will be a real good 2v2. I think this is probably very Xayah Rakan favored here.
Yeah, it should be close. I think if the Ezreal Q comes out and potentially could trunk out Android a little bit more. I like both sides not starting with, or not both sides not making their bot lane leash. I think having push is incredibly important, not only in this meta, but into this bot lane as well. But so far, the trade's pretty much even. Apule is a little bit lower than I'm sure he'd like to be, but with the W missing, that means Android's going to take a lot of damage just from auto attacks alone from total fighting. So overall, just lots of poke, lots of damage coming out from both sides, especially that of the TU Dragons. And we're just going to see some farming and so just a little bit of fighting here in the top lane as well. I don't think this will result in much, but now Donates is taking lots of damage.
That's
but
close.
He's got the W as the solo kill comes out in the top lane. And now we're going to see more in the bot lane as Apule gets one on to Timber, and can Android make it out with his life? He has the flash, opts not to use it, as Apule gets both kills in the bot lane 2v2. Unfortunate that neither side go to Ezreal, but across Summoner's Rift, the TU Dragons just picked up 3 kills before 3 minutes.
And almost another kill in mid lane there as well. I think Blue Light almost had lethal on to be VZ, but not quite. And I'm only able to say that because Blue Light does have that Ignite up as well. But down there in the bot lane, I wanted to point out real quick before the top lane 1v1 happened, I agreed with you. I 100% thought nothing was going to happen in the top lane, and then Donuts just was able to pick up the first blood. He does need to recall, though. Probably has to use that TP to get back up to lane. But yes, speaking of bot lane, if there is one thing that an Ezreal Karma will always be able to do, no matter what meta champion they may be playing against in the bot lane, it is punish you for mispositioning in the early stages of the game. This is one of the highest, not range bot lanes, but poke bot lanes is how I would really explain this. Especially against a melee champion like Rakan, right? It is so hard to position correctly against these two pretty high range and very easy to punish with champions, and simply Android missed too many Ws.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once that engage misses on a level 2 Rakan, you're kind of just stuck unless you get the E out. But if your AD carry is mispositioned, if any of these things can go wrong, then it becomes really, really difficult. Of course, the side of TPU Gold probably would have liked to get at least one of those kills onto Total Fighting, but not quite able to do so as Android tries to get a little bit off. Has the Guardian to block a little bit of the damage, but certainly still in favor of the Dragons here in this one. They've got a pretty big lead already, not quite approaching that 2,000 gold mark, but getting awfully close. Android forced to W defensively, and this is the power of the Ezreal Karma, especially with these runes as well. You have the summon area and you've got the press, the attack. They just do so much damage. Total Fighting even eating forward to get more of this off, and now Fiorist is in plenty of trouble. No flash. Goes forward, coming out from Julian, looking for the kill onto this Mordekaiser, but Donate could be in some trouble. Has the W. Shield coming out from Fiorist as well, means he gets to stay alive.
Does he
Can they get the kill? They're going to look for one. Julian will fall in the 1-for-1 trade in the top lane. So certainly feels good if you're Donuts there, as now the Mordekaiser is going to miss even more, but Julian does sacrifice his life for it, giving over his first kill of the game.
1-for-1 there for Fiorist. Does make it feel a little bit better. Oh, BBZ.
Blue light just jumping. I think he lands the chains. He's got double chain. Now he lives. Wow.
Wow, okay.
That's incredible play there. Just fast reactions, knowing he has lethal with the flash forward. Flash W Ignite gets the job done and even lives on the gank. Barpoke Mew, only level 4 on this Vi, does not have the strength he needs to try to get something done. So it's just a solo kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, really well played there by Blue Light. Again, like I said earlier, I think he had lethal 1 or 2 times found already in this laning phase, but it was just that was the first time he was really able to connect truly on it because he had that level 6 over level 5 advantage from BBZ. And obviously level 6 to level 4 is a pretty massive advantage over Barpoke Mew. I didn't think he would be able to kill LeBlanc. It was quite close, but not quite close enough, of course. And the top lane, though, from the 1-for-1, Julian did burn the Ghost. I want to mention that he did burn 1 Summoner spell. Fiorist did not burn any, did have that flash still on cooldown for the gank. So if you're just looking at cooldowns, just looking at Summoner spells and not paying attention to the wave or the CS lead that Donuts was able to pick up off of that 1-for-1, then yes, in theory it is more in the favor of Fiorist, but now his wave is in an absolutely terrible state. He needs some sort of assistance, whether it be jungle or mid assistance, to help break this freeze that Donuts has got so well set up outside of his turret.
Yeah, he's certainly in trouble. Donuts just stacking up the Conqueror, not able to land the W damage. The trade will certainly be in favor of the Fiorist. This is now a level 6 Mordekaiser, as some trading in the bot lane, but now no E means that Apul and Total Fighting can be very aggressive here. Ignite going down, E forward, misses out on the Q. The heal coming out as well from Tembarine means that he stays alive, looking for one. Flower forced to flash away from the chains. Exhaust going down, Android stays alive, and the Mantra Q does not find its primary target. And now this Drake is the focus of the TU Dragons, but their bot lane is just way too low. It will have to go over to TU. So they grab their first one of the game, and Infernal Drake give them some extra bonuses on that damage. Now they're just going to walk his 3 into this red buff, and I think Barpoke Mew knows he's just going to walk on away. So unfortunate, and this is sort of the nature of how these things go sometimes when your bot lane gets pushed out like this. Even though they don't die, you just don't have the pressure, and now he's forced to give up his whole bot side of the jungle. Feels really, really bad for the Vi.
Barpoke Mew not even level 5 yet in this game. Julian at that level 6 makes it completely impossible for Barpoke Mew to do absolutely anything in the jungle. You see, he is running the top side to steal away that red buff, so at the very least he can try and get some potential vertical jungling, but even then he knows it is too dangerous, and as I said, he actually turns back around. I do respect it, but meanwhile here in the mid lane, I think BBZ might just be dead underneath his turret. Yeah,
very close. Used to the Glacial Prison, but just not able to find what he's looking for. Total Fighting here doing just fine in the 1v2. Flash forward coming out from Donates, looking for the kill, but now he's sent to the Death Realm. The E will miss, however, so flash forward. Fiorist grabs a solo kill. That feels great if you're the Mordekaiser. I mean, you die solo once at level 2, you die in a 1-for-1, but then you grab a solo Bolo, and now Julian could be in some trouble. Level 6 to level 4, though, as Barpoke Mew does not have access to the cease and desist, so it's going to be really tough. No Mordekaiser ult either. Julian has the Ghost, so he just makes it on out just fine. Apul will not get hit by the W. Does get rooted up from the Feather Storm, but Timberin loses out on the trade regardless, and now Android in lots of trouble. No flash, no exhaust. Flash forward coming out from Total Fighting. Exhaust.
Flash forward!
Not available. Flash forward means that the Ezreal gets his first kill of the game, and this one, really total control here of the TU Dragons, with the exception of some more strength coming out here in the top lane from Fiorist.
Man, the absolute madman that is Total Fighting. Flashing forward in a 2v2 as an Ezreal early game. Like, the only thing he has in his pocket right now is that tier. And he's still flashing forward. He knows he has the damage. Blue Light, I don't think you have the damage for this one. He does get a really nice trade-off on the BVZ, though. He's got 3 letters in his name, and I only said 2. I am so terribly sorry. But like I said earlier, first Dragon was picked up for the TU Dragons, of course. But DePauw wants to at least trade that back around. Maybe not for the second Dragon, but potentially for this first Rift Herald. Barpokmew has hit that level 6, so Cease and Desist is now officially online for them. But you do see in the bot lane, unfortunately, Android not quite level 6 for himself. So if you don't have that quickness, you don't have the support roam capability, it does make these Rift Heralds at least a little bit harder, assuming that we do have some sort of roam for the Herald. BVZ, don't do this.
Potentially in trouble. Ignite going down. He's got the ult to keep himself alive. A little bit of sustain flashing forward comes out from Blue Light. No E. It means another kill for this LeBlanc. And now their support's already up here. This Rift Herald is completely there. As you can see, Android started to walk towards mid lane, but just way too late. The chains are going to land onto Fiorist, but I don't think they'll find much success looking for him. Instead, they'll just secure this Rift Herald. You see Blue Light just catching the wave mid, and Barpokmew has already defaulted back to his Raptors to try and get himself some more gold. Just down so much here on the Vi, 0-0-0, and down quite a bit in CS as well. In Total Fighting, he's playing Ezreal, so he can just sit back, farm underneath this tower with these Qs. He's now got plenty of items under his belt. You mentioned flashing forward with only the tier, but got that reset off, so he's much stronger now, going for that Essence Reaver first, and just much stronger here overall is the side of TU, doing a great job of knowing they have the strength in the bot lane. They can afford to send a Puel up and secure these objectives and just continue growing their lead.
I mean, I did say I was predicting supports roam for the Herald, but unfortunately, Android just didn't hear me. He didn't roam. So, yeah, like you said, a Puel, or Apple even, just was the only support for him. Not even the first support, just the only support. Barpokmew coming down to bot lane for his first gank of this lane. He is not spotted out quite yet, I don't think, but Android forced to early engage.
Go Total Fighting, he's no flash. Barpokmew holding on to the Cease and Desist, finally uses it. Instead it'll be on a Puel, but not going to find the kill just yet. The shield keeps him alive. Barpokmew barely living as well. Exhaust going down means some good damage going to come out here from Total Fighting. And Puel still very low as well, but not going to find any success as Barpokmew uses the Cease and Desist, but is forced to use the flash defensively as well. Now going into the Death Realm is Donates, and they're both just going to walk away from each other. Donates, I don't believe, had that W up, so not going to expend it just yet. And Fiorist does have a small level lead on him as well, but if you check the bottom of your screen looking at those items, he's already got a Blade of the Ruined King finish. Julian420 looking on Android, going to tank the W damage first, so just too much CC coming out from the bot lane of DePauw means that this Hecarim cannot find any success here early on, as the wave just going to he continuously pushed in here by DePauw, and another objective picked up for the side of the Dragons.
Dragons picking up now. Both of the Dragons in this game, one of their best of 3, also picking up that first Rift Herald before 14 minutes. I didn't see where they dropped it.
Hasn't been
it's still
yet
in Julian's inventory. I was very confused for a second. Oh, Donuts goes down yet again. Didn't have that board completed for that 1v1, but Fiora is still able to out 1v1 his own top laner. Julian, though, might not be so lucky.
Barpokmew still alive for now. Julian trying to find the kill, cannot find it yet. You're going to run straight into the eyes of Timberin, and a double root means that Julian could potentially die. Still going to live for now, but VZ looking for the kill. Not going to find it with the E. Will grab it with the W. Now Timberin is their target. They're going to get that kill as Blue Light grabs his third of the game. Cease and desist going down onto Apule could potentially mean another kill, but instead it'll go over to Blue Light first. Trying to find more. Apule lives. He's got 1 HP waiting on the shield. There goes the slow flash Q. Cannot find it as VZ tries to get the kill. Now he's got the E, but he goes a little bit short. Now Total Fighting's here. He will get the shutdown with the use of his ultimate. He flashes forward. He uses the ult. He gets a 150 gold shutdown, but he trades his life for it. And now his lane opponent's got 5 kills. Donate looking for the solo kill now onto Fioris. He's got the flash, holding onto it for now. Flash forward comes out from Donate, and the kill comes through anyways. I don't know what the burn damage was that picked it up there at the end, or if it was just from something, but regardless, the shutdown going over to Donates there. That's the power of the Blade of the Ruined King. Even if he is down a little bit here and has been solo killed a couple of times, this set is not one to be messed with. So that's another kill in the top lane for the TU Dragons. And overall, the game state just winning out on lots of these fights. Thrift Herald finally goes down as well, meaning his top tier 1 should almost certainly fall.
And it does end up falling not quite before the 14-minute mark, unfortunately, so the Rift Herald wasn't able to pick up many extra plates for them in that sense, but still, it does potentially get a second hit on that inner turret, and that is going to mean a whole lot if it does end up getting that. Now that I'm looking at the map, probably not actually will happen, but meanwhile, of course, down here in the mid lane, casually, Blue Light has that 8-stack Dark Seal, 5-0 with a 500 gold bounty. Yes, he might be down, like 20 CS, but that 20 CS is nowhere near in the comparison to the 8-stack Dark Seal. Android as well might be caught out again down here in the bot lane. I think Julian was spotted on the minion wave, but he will try and hide for the next couple of seconds, looking for his, I don't even know how many ganks down on the bot lane. Barpokemon is able to smell this one out and potentially can counter gank just in case anything does end up happening, and I say that something is definitely going to happen.
Yeah, I think Julian's invested enough time now that he's got to hope he can get something. At least maybe he's just here for the counter gank. Barpokemon hovering around, not going to find anything yet. The recall is going to start to be channeled here by Julian, and I think he's just going to let it fully go off. Knows that there's nothing to be found here with the wave state in the way that it is, and you can see Barpokemon walking out as well. The ward going to be cleared out. He did stop his recall, but he finally lets that one go through. So the Hecarim has found his way back to the fountain, and we won't see anything particularly crazy in the bot lane. We do have items finished for both AD carries. We see a little bit of more strength here for Total Fighting. Flash forward coming out for Blue Light as the ult going to come down. Barpokemon here as well, not going to expend the cease and desist. Double chains coming out, won't find its target. Now Julian going to look for whoever he can find. Gets the cancels just slightly. The target first is Barpokemon, and the kill goes over to Blue Light as he goes dominating. And remember, no more mobility left for this. Lissandra means that Julian gets his second kill of the game. It's a dominant 2v2 win for the side of the TU Dragons.
I mean, that was just expertly played by both Julian and Blue Light. They were blocking off every single exit that Barpokemon and BVZ were just trying to take. Barpokemon didn't even have time to commit the flash. Yes, he had the cease and desist, but even that was canceled out by, I believe he tried to cease and desist onto Julian, who then canceled out a micro interaction by going unstoppable with his ult. So unstoppable into unstoppable apparently equals no one is unstoppable. We learned that here today. But yeah, Julian and Blue Light just in their individual micro interactions. Blue Light as well, I think, canceling something with his flash. His flash was definitely useful for something other than just getting forward there, I do believe. Fiora's taking Julian.
Julian in the Death Realm. Could be in some trouble. Does not have access to the Onslaught of Shadow, so he will fall in that 1v1. And now Fioris is in some trouble, but going to stay alive. There goes the Featherstorm, looking first onto the set, but not nearly enough damage to find anything yet. Double W going forward, Blue Light looking for one. There goes the Charm coming out from the quickness, but it just means his demise. Android will fall. E out, as now Blue Light potentially in some trouble, taken fairly low. More chains coming out, more chains will land. Lissandra now in lots of trouble, but will get the kill onto one. Instead it'll go over to Timberin, but now it's a double kill going over to this Saya. That's the strength of the disengage AD carry. Timberin looking for one more perhaps, but not going to find a Pule. So well played, even though the Featherstorm came out really, really early and was not able to find anything on to Donate's ZZZ just not going, too much engage. Coming in on the side of Timberin means that if he's able to land any of those roots, which he was, and no more shields available, 2 kills onto this Xayah, that really helps out in what was a losing 2v2 in the early game, and now some of that strength coming back to the bot lane of DePauw.
That is very terrifying. That is like all the red lights that could have possibly gone off for the TU Dragons just went off in that fight. Timberin went from 0 to 1 to now 2 to 1. Also picking up that 600 gold shutdown from Blue Light and taking away 4 Darksteel stacks. Like, that was everything. Oh, and also got double buffs as well, just casually. So Timberin got every single thing that he could have possibly wanted. Previously was just sitting on Kraken Slayer. I don't even know if he had boots, but of course now he has full boots and almost an entire second item in his pockets. BVZ is still nowhere near able to 1v1 Blue Light, even though he was just shut down. So will be a couple extra Darksteel stacks going into Blue Light's pockets. Also keep in mind he has that stopwatch now in his pocket as well. That is going to be very terrifying. That is almost 100% going to secure not even just like one solo kill, probably like a dive underneath the turret type of solo kill.
Well, they're looking now for total fighting, but this is an Ezreal you're trying to chase. He does flash away. Android looking for the quickness, finds a Pule. This should almost certainly be a kill on the Karma, but not going to find it yet. Mantra W forces out the flash from Timberin. Now we could see some more fighting here. Fioris will take Julian into the Death Realm. Lots of move speed on the Hecarim, but he is taking lots and lots of damage. Donate now gets a big W onto Android, but first it'll be the kill going over to Timberin, and now Julian 420 forced to use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively. Just not quite enough damage coming out for the set to find any of those kills, and it's even more gold in the pocket of this Xayah. They're going to look first. Well, first they'll look onto Julian as Fioris has the Rylai's slow, and the Q is enough, so this Hecarim will fall. Things started out really, really well for the Dragons, and they're still certainly ahead as when it comes to the gold lead, but DePauw is not going down without a fight, as now this Xayah has gotten remarkably stronger. Featherstorm coming out, goes for the Chang CC, looking on a total fighting first. The shield coming out keeps him alive, and the damage going down. Unfortunate. I think they had the damage if the Karma does not show up perfectly in time with the Mantra E, keeping total fighting alive and giving a big shutdown over to the Ezreal.
And like you said, big shout out to Apple there for being right on time, but also big shout out for Total Fighting, kiting it out just long enough for Apple to get there. Definitely two-man team for the bot lane, and also a 2-man team here for the TU mid jungle, like I was talking about earlier. Every single player on this team has gotten their moment to shine in this game one, just like one particular moment where they super outplayed their opponent, right? Like level 2, whatever it was, when Donuts got his 1v1 solo kill, and then past that he has been split pushing as much as possible, so we haven't gotten to see him as much in these fights, but he has at least been keeping Fioris distracted from these split pushes as well. This is a 21-minute Baron start now from the TU Dragons. DPU Gold have full vision, full knowledge of this.
It's too low, you have to finish it. Julian gets the kill. They're going to look first onto Fioris, but not going to find him yet. Total Fighting's going to pick up the kill first as Barproc Mew goes down. Timberin will grab the kill onto Julian, as the exhaust going down onto Blue Light means not a lot of damage coming out, but it's a team fight domination.
Wow.
For the Dragons, and a quadra kill for Total Fighting. It starts out 1-for-1, but they grab the Baron. It got so low. I think the smites coming out a little bit early from the side of Barpoke Mew, and it is a dominant win. And I told you earlier, DePauw was coming back into this one, but now this gold lead has just absolutely ballooned to 8,000. And the Rift Herald was spawned first by Donates before he TP'd, so they get all the way to the inhib turret.
The Rift Herald just completely left on her own. Congratulations, Shelly. Like, single-handedly just took the inner turret and the inhibitor turret all on her own. And the inhibitor even. Oh my goodness, Shelly getting so much value from that Baron. Yeah, like you said, absolutely everything turning up TU Dragons. The only thing that they lost in that, like, I guess, full team fight, right, was their jungler. But Julian had the smite. He clicked the smite, he got the Baron, and then past that point, it doesn't matter as much. I'm sorry, junglers, but I'm just gonna be honest. As long as you get the objective and you're the only person to die, that is probably absolute best case scenario there for the TU Dragons. They have their Hex Tech Soul spawning in 30 seconds. They have the Baron push on the mid and the bot lane. I do expect to see Donuts probably split pushing on the bot lane if they even get that far.
Android's going to just drop immediately as Blue Light gets the kill, just out of position. Chain's going down. Blue Light forced to use the stopwatch, and Fioris taken very low as well. There goes the Featherstorm. Potentially a big root as they go into this choke point as Fioris picks up one onto the LeBlanc, but it's just another dominant win for the Dragons as it's 4-4-1. Hextech Soul is guaranteed, and Julian's got plenty of damage now on this 2-item Hecarim that the rest of his team can just continue to push, and Bavesi cannot hold this mid lane alone. This should mean at least an inhibitor turret for the side of the Dragons, and Hextech Soul to go on top of it with an Ezreal and a Karma feels very nice as well. Donate's just going to try and solo out on this inhibitor, and it's not a very difficult fight either as the bot lane inhib goes down. Mid lane will also fall, and Hextech Soul 2 inhibs feels really, really great for the side of the Dragons, and now their gold lead goes up to 11,000.
11,000 gold lead. You got a 4-0 Dragon lead, a 2-0 Rift Herald lead, of course only a 1 Baron lead for now. Still fairly early in the game to have multiple Barons, but also having 2x the gold lead, or not gold lead, kill lead that DPU Gold has on their own. They only are holding on to that inner turret on the top lane, that extra look gold to whoever it goes to onto you, Dragons. I'm hoping it goes to Total Fighting. I'm hoping we get like a 6-item Ezreal, like sell those boots, sell everything, just get as many damage items as possible. Total Fighting has had such clean kiting, such clean damage output throughout this entire game one. I just want to see how far he can really take it. Now, I don't think that this game is going to last enough time to see a full item Ezreal, but if it does happen, I'll be very happy.
Yeah, if we get to 6-item Ezreal, that means that the Dragons have done something horribly wrong. If we get that far late, they're just going to, all 4 at least, commit to this top lane, inner turret, as you'll see Donates just pushing away in the bot lane. Total Fighting does take a little bit of damage, but they're just able to continue to push here. Their siege isn't fantastic with an Ezreal, but Blue Light is doing lots of damage to this tower. Going to start tanking it at first, looking onto Android as the primary target. Gets the E away. Julian now going to change his focus onto this Rakan. Flashing forward is Android, just flashing to his death. Apule keeps himself alive. Total Fighting in the death room staying alive as well, but it's going to be a shutdown immediately going over to Fioris, but it will not matter. Blue Light grabs another kill, so a big shutdown going down. Donates is taking lots of damage as the Featherstorm did come out, or excuse me, not a Featherstorm, just lots of feathers going down onto this set, but once again, TU wins out overall and grab a 3rd inhib. Triple inhib is so difficult to deal with even without the Baron buff. Double supers means that DePauw really cannot leave their base, and they're just all going to take a reset now on the side of the Dragons. Was enough, so he bought himself a QSS. A good decision here on the 7-1 Ezreal.
That was a 700 shutdown picked up for someone on DPU Gold. Unfortunately, I did not catch exactly who picked up. It was also, unfortunately, for Total Fighting, his first death of this game. QSS is going to limit his scaling in the next maybe 5 minutes. I definitely don't think it's going to limit it that much if we have another massive team fight around this Baron. It is a 50-second timer now for DPU Gold to, I guess, just farm. I want to say, like, try to break out of their base at this point, but like you said, it is so difficult to even try to walk outside of your base when you have all 3 of your inhibitors taken down. Luckily, at least for DPU Gold, all of their, or both of their next towers even, are still sitting at pretty much full HP. That will buy them at least a couple of seconds to recall. What the?
Why did the Grump just full reset?
Okay.
That's looked like a bug. Okay. That's
I see.
alright.
Okay.
So yeah, Donates is just going to continue pushing here in the bot lane, doing lots of damage to Bavisi. Does have lots of CC and slows to try and peel himself away, but Donuts has so much pressure. You can see the Baron now spawning in 5 seconds, and DePauw is trying to get onto the map. Donates can just keep up the pressure. You're pushing this wave in. They just cannot do enough. This Baron will certainly fall to the side of the Dragons. They're up just a little bit over 10k now, and I think this Baron should be all she wrote here in game number 1. The Dragons can walk 4-1, 5-0, whatever they decide to do. They're going to go to the mid wave. That's the best wave that they've got, and this one's immediately evaporated. Double supers as well as the wave in the bot lane. It does come in a little bit disjointed, so it's a little tougher, but There is lots of options here for the TU Dragons. Should get one more fight. We'll see how this one goes. We're going to see Android looking for a big charm W. Finds it on one. Featherstorm means the Julian will fall instantly. Donates, gets a massive kill as Android falls instantly, as does Temberin, and it's again a dominant win once more. But Fiorist applying lots of damage, gets the shutdown onto one, but not enough. It's another large amount of kills here for the side of the Dragons in total fighting. He grabs a triple kill, ends the game 10-1, and his team ends the game just before 29 minutes. It looked good, really, really good in the early game. Kind of dropped off in the mid game. We saw the Xayah get fairly strong, and then all it took was that fight around Baron to really make things one-sided as they grab a game 1 victory.
I definitely think I will agree with you on that side, where the Baron was definitely like the start of the end for DPU Gold is how I'm going to put that Baron fight. It was quite unfortunate for them that Ezreal did pick up. I'm not sure if it was a triple or a quadra kill, but either way, that is pretty game ending to give that to an Ezreal who still had a pretty massive lead coming out of laning phase, and then from that point, he's just like the highest gold member of the entire game and is never going to leave that state, so it is very hard to come back from that place. But of course, this is a best of 3. We do have at least one more game, if not 2 more games for this series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with DPU Gold versus TU Dragons for their game number 2.
Welcome everyone back to the NECC. We just had game 1 finish up between the TU Dragons and DPU Gold. The TU Dragons won in pretty dominant fashion. They won the early game really hard. The mid game got a little bit scary, but they got the Baron at 21 minutes, and it was pretty much all she wrote from there. We did just have game 2 draft finish up in a third-party client, so we'll be getting in a draft very soon. I won't leak anything early on, but certainly some interesting picks that we don't see very often, and I'm looking forward to, but we'll have to see how things go. Camcom, when you see what happened to DPU in game number 1, what are you expecting from them? What do you hope they do to give themselves a chance to win game 2 and bring us to a game number 3?
I do think that it does start in draft. I originally was predicting TU Dragons based on their draft, and that clearly just went to show how much they were able to run with that power through the game. So I think beginning in draft, they need to draft less utility champions and more damage champions, because almost all of their champions were built for a utility type comp, and then they just didn't have that damage person to be able to use all of the utility that they were really building for their team comp. Now, this team comp that DPU Gold, not to give any spoilers, has all of the damage you could ever want. Really, that almost too much damage without enough utility on this style of comp that DPU Gold did pick. It is also a pretty similar draft to the draft that they had game 1 for TU Dragons stylistically wise. I guess I will spoil it. They have the same bot lane. They have Azure Karma as their bot lane again. And then they also have the same tank top laner and the same assassin mid laner. I would say the biggest difference here would be the jungler Diana versus the Hecarim that Julian did play in the game 1, but they are both very strong comfort champions for him. So even though it is quite different stylistically in terms of a team setting, I still think that Julian will be able to quite heavily pop off on a champion like Diana.
Yeah, that's his most played in solo queue as well, almost 70 games. His next closest is Kindred and Hecarim with around 50, so certainly comfort for him there in the jungle. You already talked about Assassin picked up in the mid lane, but not one we see very often. LeBlanc gets played competitively fairly frequently. Yeah. We know a lot of champions and a lot of players attached to the name LeBlanc, but you don't see Zed very often, and this was picked up R5. They held that counter pick to lock in the Zed as a response to the Aurelion Soul. So now that we've got the teams lining up here, you can see DPU Gold going for Darius, Xin Aurelion Soul, and then Xayah and Nautilus in the bottom lane. Xayah was picked up on B1 instead of opting for the Rakan. They do go towards the Nautilus. The lineup here for the TU Dragons is certainly an interesting one. Garen for Donuts. We already talked about the Diana for Julian 420. Zed in the mid lane, and Ezreal Karma once again in the bot lane. So they felt good with the Ezreal Karma, as they should. It was very well in laning phase, was really strong all throughout the game. We talked about Total fighting at a quadra kill around Baron, triple kill before they took the Nexus, so certainly something that he feels comfortable on. My only hope here as we see this one before we go into game is that we do not see Garen go TP. I think Garen is not a character that should be taking TP. It's either Ghost or Ignite. I really hope he swaps it. I've got some, of my own personal anecdotes of playing with a good friend of mine who is a hard Garen one-trick, and if he sees a Garen take TP, it makes him lose his mind. And I've kind of adapted to the same mindset. It looks like he will opt for the TP, however.
Okay.
It's not just because his mid laner is not taking TP. We did see that Blue Light is going for the Ignite on East 1 TP. I sort of understand it. I just don't think it's fantastic for Garen's lane state and laning in general, but we'll have to see how things progress here. We've seen both the drafts. Definitely a big change here in game number 2, at least across these solo lanes. What are you expecting here? Who are you favoring as we go into game number 2?
I think that this is a very different style for DPU Gold compared to game 1. The only champion that they have the same, at all really, is Xayah. The same champion, same everything, obviously, of course, but the rest of the team is pretty different stylistically than they picked in game 1. It is also important to note that the Aurelion Sol mid is their sole AP. I actually really like Aurelion Sol as a sole AP in the current meta. He wasn't, of course, as meta as he was on the first rework. He has been changed around a little bit, nerfed a little bit more than he originally was, but he is still definitely high up there in, I would say, the A tier in terms of mid lane power picks. Probably not the same S tier that he once was, maybe a couple of weeks ago, but you will still see him popping up a lot in your competitive and probably solo queue games for the next couple of weeks, however long it takes for Riot to realize that the champion is still, I would say, quite broken, but maybe not as broken as Xayah still is.
Oh yeah, no, that Azul champ, that flying dragon is certainly not balanced. His early game is very weak, his laning is weak, and Zed is one of the biggest lane counter picks in solo queue right now for Aurelion Sol. But if this game goes like 30-35 minutes and he's able to farm effectively, and really, I think one of the important things that separates a really good ASOL from a decent ASOL is being able to get those stacks, the Stardust, applying towards that Sky's Descend. You need to have that as frequently as you can. It's really, really important to adequately farm and get those Stardust stacks. If he can do that, that ult, the big ult, as I've kind of named it myself so I don't have to call it the Sky's Descend every time, is incredibly strong and is almost always going to at least give you the opportunity to change a team fight, even if you're in a losing situation. It just does way too much damage. It takes up nearly the entire map. Everyone across Summoner's Rift is going to take at least 200 damage, even if they only get hit by the ring. His scaling is off the charts. The damage, he has, two abilities that do scaling percent HP max, or max percent HP magic damage. He's going to do
so fun.
A lot as the game gets later, but we'll have to see if they can get to that point because his laning phase is quite weak. Of course, the top lane here in game number 2 is incredibly volatile. Darius into Garen. We already saw the Darius not taking the teleport, going for the Flash Ghost as well, with, Garen going Flash TP instead. Darius is always going to be a lane bully. When I play top lane, he's my permaban, and I think he's the permaban of many top laners as well. Just incredibly strong. Lots of options on the side of DPU Gold, and I like their draft overall. I think you have easy engage tools with the Nautilus. You get the same or similar from the Xin Zhao as well, but the side of the TU Dragons already proved that they can play really, really well around an Ezreal Karma bot lane, so certainly not an easy win on either side. We'll have to see how things go as we get prepared to hit Summoner's Rift for game number 2.
Oh my goodness, screen paused and I was like, wow, you really landed that perfectly. I was about to be very impressed.
I tried.
No. You tried very hard. Oh, you were so close.
I was very
If you
close.
said like 2 more sentences, you would have really landed that one perfectly. But we do now end up loading onto Summoner's Rift. As a reminder, of course, the TU Dragons did win the game 1 of this best of 3. Best of 5s will be starting up, I believe, in a couple of weeks. But we are, of course, still in the regular season, still in the best of 3 stages of the game for now. What was I going with? No, the purposes. Oh my goodness, it just completely left my brain. No, TU Dragons currently 4-1 in the standings. DePauw University Gold currently 3-2. DePauw University are the ones trying to tie up with the TU Dragons. They would need to, of course, win this game and the next game now. That is definitely much harder than the TU Dragons path, who just have to win this game or the next game. It is not as difficult. You don't have to go on the 2-game win streak, the reverse sweep that DePauw University would have to find for themselves. TU Dragons have only dropped 3 games total across their 5-week season so far. 2 games to UN Esports and 1 game to Defiance. They've only had those 2 best of 3s go to game 3. This is a very scary level 1 for both teams here.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, Android loses out on quite a bit of HP, but Temporine gets down, tons of damage on to Total Fighting and Apule as well. So the trade's certainly in favor of DePauw. It's only not as bad because Xayah does not have the ability to press E yet. When that trade happens at level 2, it'll certainly be a lot more scary. But I do like the decision making from Android. Playing really aggressive at Nautilus at level 1 is something that I think not enough teams utilize in solo queue and competitive as well. And doing that here, giving him and his AD carry plenty of more lane pressure is something that I can certainly appreciate. And now going for this fast level 2, going to look for an angle. I don't think the hook is quite up yet. It will land now.
Ooh.
Onto a Puel, looking for the ignite. The heal coming down. A Puel will almost certainly fall, but instead the first blood going over to him onto the Nautilus, and the 2v2 still goes in favor of the side of the Dragons. Both of them picking up a kill of their own. Three summoner spells expended on the side of DePauw, and only one, the heal, coming out from the TU Dragons. I think just level 2, they've ramped up the amount of damage that those towers do early on, and Android's certainly feeling it now.
Yeah, I was definitely going to make that same argument where that tower probably did more than 3/4 of the HP of both Tambourine and Android. It was a very close 2v2 outside of the fact that the turret basically one-shot both of the members of the DPU bot lane. Donuts, don't do it to him. Oh my god.
I saw the vision. Fiorist was trying to flash predict.
No.
He was trying to flash predict, and sometimes when you flash predict, it just doesn't go the way you want it, and that is exactly what happened there. I saw the vision, I knew what he was going for, and it would have looked really cool if he would have flashed.
That's true.
Unfortunately, Donuts holds on to the summoner spell and grabs the solo kill in the top lane. Not what you're hoping for if you're Fiorist.
Absolutely not.
Blue Light could be
looking
in
for
some
his
trouble.
first gank here in the mid lane. Julian, though, really good counter gank.
Flash forward! Blue Light grabs the kill, and he's going to stay alive. Finally will fall down to Barpoke Mew. Julian looking for the kill. Has another dash. Got the fully stacked Conqueror as well. Q forward. Flash flash. Julian will go 1-for-1 underneath that turret. Barpoke Mew grabs up both of those kills in the mid lane, and it overall winds up being a 2-for-2 here. Lots of fighting, lots of aggression coming out all across Summoner's Rift, and so far in favor of the Dragons.
A 1,000 gold lead very early in the game, only at 4 minutes now for the TU Dragons, and you have a kill apiece across the board for them as well. You got 5 kills for the Dragons, 1 kill on every member of the map for them. That is about as even as you could possibly hope for in the early stages. I want to talk a little bit more about the spotlight matchup, but they're just really never going to let me do that, are they?
Yeah, I don't think so. Lots of fighting here as now Julian looking onto Fioris, but it is smoked out by Barpoke Mew, but no flash on this, and Zhao means he's got no way out, but it might be Donuts that's first, the one with no way out. Instead, that kill going over. Fioris looking for the kill in return, not going to find it. The Donates has not enough bleed stacks on him, but now we just get more fighting here as a Puel will get rooted up. Ignite going down onto this Xayah. Exhaust going down onto total fighting as he looking for the kill onto this Xayah. Just has the ability to auto-hack flash forward, gets the kill onto him. E out now. They're going to maybe look their focus on Android, but Android trying to get the kill onto a Puel. Not going to find the damage yet. He does get 1, maybe 2. Not going to find it, but the minions.
Mini notice.
Not enough. He had 1 health pot. It lives with about 50 HP. The HP from the health pot regen keeping him alive. And again, another 2v2 fight win for the side of the Dragons. Now this Ezreal, who we already saw get super fed in game number 1, is 3-0 before 6 minutes.
This is a very different style of playing the game from DPU Gold. Even if their draft may look slightly similar to that of Game 1, Game 1 they were playing very defensively, very, I don't want to say the word scared, but just not nearly as aggressive as they are right now. We are sitting at 13 kills at 6 minutes. This is a very high aggression type of game too, and almost all of this fighting is being engaged by DPU Gold. They want to take these fights every single time, and they're the ones starting every single fight. But as of right now, the fights have been almost all going into the favor of TU Dragons. They're sitting at about the 3,000 gold lead, exactly a 3,000 gold lead for right now. The Dragon being started up now by them as well. This is a very scary team fight once again for DPU Gold.
Yeah, Android going to get hit with the death mark and almost certainly going to fall. Total fighting goes on a rampage. They're just going to commit everything to make sure they get that kill. They got the Drake anyways, and now Julian could potentially be in some trouble. Barpoke Mew is not one to be messed with, but he's got his Karma behind him. No shield coming out yet means there will be a shutdown going over to this Xin Timber in here as well. Total fighting, not going to use his ability to get over the wall. Puel staying alive. There goes the ulti coming down from the Aurelion Soul, but not going to find the kill. Barpoke Mew stays alive at 1 HP. Tries to smite for the HP, but that doesn't work anymore. Now they're going to look for the kill as it will go over to total fighting Flash forward going
No,
down.
dragon!
Now from Android looking for total fighting. Will be a kill going over to Tambourine.
Dragon,
Blue Light in lots of trouble.
Dragon.
They're not going to find him. Tried to turn it back onto Tambourine, but could not find it. So that's some shutdowns going over to many members of the side of DePauw, and makes the gold lead go down quite a bit as well.
That is really the first major mistake that we have seen from the TU Dragons across both of these games. That just whole series of events, they kind of played that out as if they were at that same gold lead as they were at the end of last game, like a 10,000 gold lead, but they were only 2,000 or 3,000 gold ahead at that point. They'd also just won a team fight, and the early game rule is when you win a team fight, you need to recall immediately after and spend that gold, and the fact that they were sitting at, half of their normal resources, definitely not having all of their gold spent in the bank, did end up costing them quite a large amount of their gold. They now minimizing it to about just 1,000 in their favor. They do get to, of course, keep their dragon lead. The next dragon is either a Chemtech or a Hextech. Don't entirely know
It's
that
Chemtech.
one
I saw the pit just right after it spawned, but it is Chemtech.
Right.
Unfortunately, bugs like these are they're inevitable when it comes to this company, but that's unfortunate. It's okay. It is still a slight lead, like you mentioned, for the side of the Dragons. They are going to turn their focus onto the Rift Herald as well, and neither bot lane going to move up for this one, but it will not matter. You can see Barpoke Mew just clearing away those jungle camps and giving over the Herald to the side of the Dragons. One of the mistakes I think I saw last game coming out from the side of the Dragons was they got the Rift Herald when it could have gotten dropped for plates, and they decided not to drop it for plates, instead dropping it later just to secure a tower. Now the tower did get picked up from it, so it's not a horrible waste of resources, but I think there's a lot more gold to be found when it comes to dropping it for plates instead. We'll see if that's going to be the choice here for Julian now with the Rift Herald in his inventory. We're getting to the point now with, items finished or getting close to it across Summoner's Rift. Fioris potentially in some trouble, but it will be Barpoke Mew trying to get one back on to Donates. Not going to find it yet. Silence goes down, does not have the movement speed to make it out. Will get hit by the W, but he's just going to walk on out. I mean, we do have the Demacian Justice available for Donates. He flashes forward, flash match 5 Fioris. The Ghost will keep him alive, and now he could be in some trouble. Healing going down onto Fioris, and that's just a mismanagement of his damage. Blue Light looking for the solo kill now onto Bavizi. There goes the death mark. It should get the kill, but not going to find it yet. Not enough damage coming down means the pop will not do enough, but Julian going to grab the kill. There goes the Featherstorm looking for the kill first onto a Pule. Not going to find it yet. The Mantra W giving him enough healing, but Android's going to grab that kill first. Total fighting. Now in a 1-4-2. Looking to keep himself alive. Dodges out on the hook, but will not find enough damage to find lethal on either of those two. But Julian in some trouble. Flashing out, flashing forward is Barpoke Mew as he grabs that kill on to Julian for 20. Lots of fighting across Summoner's Rift. We see, Barpoke Mew involved in a fight in the top lane, then runs mid and gets involved in the fight in the mid lane, grabbing another shutdown. And the Rift Herald was dropped for plates this time, so we do get some more gold into the pocket of this Zed. But still, overall, a winning state for the Dragons. Their lead not quite as big as it once was, but still a lead nonetheless.
Well, Paladino, I am very impressed. Oh my goodness. That was, I don't even know how many kills across the map there, but what I do know is there is now 23 kills at 10 minutes. We are well over 2 kills a minute now, and it is still a pretty small gold lead for TU Dragons. All of these, little skirmishes, 1v1, 2v2s, even a couple of 3v3s on the bot lane, right? They're all just coming out mostly even. The biggest lead that we have really had was the big mistake that TU Dragons made in the opposing blue side jungle. And other than that, there hasn't been that big of a gold swing on any particular team fight, but it is just the dragon and the tower control that TU Dragons has had, not only in this game, but game 1 as well. They just had the perfect objective control. I don't believe DPU Gold has picked up a single objective, including towers even, across both of the games of the series. This is going to be a particularly scary dragon fight for him, though.
Yeah, I mean, their mid laner is already dead. He does have TP if they want to try something. Total Fighting is getting zoned away here, but on the opposite side, we can see DePauw just getting zoned away from this Drake. There goes the Moonfall, instantly picking up the jungler. Android forced to flash away, hooks the wall to try and bring himself to safety, and he will, but still absolute domination in these objective fights and objective control for the TU Dragons as they grab their second Drake of the game. It will be an Ocean Soul Rift here in this one, and just so strong is pretty much everyone on the side of the Dragons. And think about this, I mean, the game is now approaching once again a 3k gold lead, and it really only comes from some mistakes coming from the Dragons. I mean, overstaying in that bot side jungle, just a mismanagement and a misinterpretation of the amount of damage that Garen can do in that 1v2, and the top side for Donates just not finding enough. And now I think Bavizi is seeing the strength of the Zed into Aurelion Soul matchup. He does have the way to, just catch the wave permanently under tower, but that is one of the things about Aurelion Soul. Unless he's flying, he does have to stand perfectly still to channel that fire breath, and Zed does very well against targets who are standing perfectly still, so that's why he's winning out on all of these trades. We'll see what the next point of focus is here for both these teams, as we see Barpoke potentially looking in the mid lane, but not going to jump on him yet.
And this is something that we have seen quite a lot from Barpoke, not only in this game one, or in this game two, but also in the game one. BBC, I don't think that was the path they really wanted to take, my friend. A really nice solo picked up there by Blue Light. And yeah, Barpoke, he's always been waiting in these wings just slightly behind Blue Light, but not quite in the position to actually take him down. Oh. In any scenario. Paladino, I'm giving you some time to rest your voice, my friend. There's been 2 kills just in the time that I've been talking. That is going to tell you just how high aggression this game is. Of course, neither of those kills are really going to impact the game too heavily. The 1 kill in the mid lane did secure the first tower. Extra gold, extra plates for Blue Light. I do believe it was maybe not 5 soul plates, but 3 soul plates and then 2 shared plates between Julian and Blue Light, because, of course, the first refill was dropped in the mid lane. Objective bounty spawning right at the 14-minute mark. It is the earliest time in the game objective bounties can spawn. They cannot actually spawn before 14 minutes. So if you see them spawning at the second the time hits 14 minutes, it was a rough early game for your team.
Yeah, and it really, like, numbers-wise, if you were just, tuning in, looking at the kills, it doesn't look all that bad. I mean, it's 16 to 11. It's just that so much gold is also on top. A full mid-turret already taken with all 5 plates. 3.5 plates, maybe 4 taken in the top lane as well, and 5 kills on the AD carry. They're just going to drop the Ignite early onto Barpoke, looking for a kill first. Flash forward, comes out. There goes the Featherstorm as well, looking at Julian. Not going to find anything yet. Exhaust going down means that he is going to take lots of damage. The Moonfall coming down as well, but not applying the damage to give himself the kill. A big shutdown going into, unfortunately, the pockets of the Nautilus. Just not what you're hoping for if you're DePauw. Donats looking on to Fioris. Dodges out on pretty much everything. Spaces it out really, really well, but not able to find anything else up here in the top lane 1v1.
Those little Garen feeder taking donuts on some magical adventures up here on the top lane. I mean, yeah, you say he dodged out everything. That was quite impressive. He just casually was like walking in and out on the perfect range of every single basic ability that Fioris was throwing at him. That was some high level kiting. I mean, I'm just gonna point it out when I see it. You got the mid laners currently for both teams, but pushing on the bot side. It does look like Blue Light has been consistently pushing at BVZ from any lane that he tries to farm in, whether that is the mid lane or one of these side lanes. And the top lane, somehow, just will always be the quietest lane of the map. That's not to say that nothing has happened up here. Of course, Donuts does still have pretty good KDA, but they are, of course, the lowest KP members of the team. We got 16 kills on the board at 16 minutes for the TU Dragons. They also have 2 dragons to their name as well. You got 50 seconds remaining on their Ocean Soul point. That is going to be a pretty deciding team fight. Last game we had our deciding team fight for the 21-minute Baron. I think this Dragon number 3 is going to be a very deciding team fight to see how much more aggression can DPU really force in this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're able to find here. I mean, the objective control is just all on the side of the Dragons and just not giving anything up. I mean, we've only seen them lose some of their leads when it came down to just playing a little bit too aggressive, overstaying at times, but it's not resulted in anything that's too big of a negative. You can see Bavisi just absolutely tanking so much damage from this Zed. Blue Light doing a great job to take advantage of this counter pick that he got. Got some solo kills. He's up quite a bit in farm as well. Now with this Drake spawning, though, Blue Light could be in some trouble as Barpoke looking for the kill. There goes the death mark on to the Xin Zhao. That'll at least poke him out a little bit. Takes him to about half HP, but now Julian finds a massive angle, one-shotting Mideast. Changes his eyes now onto Tembrin. The Gale Force keeps him to safety, but Blue Light picks up one on the way out, and Android trying to live, flashes away, has no hook to find the wall, and it'll be a double kill for the Zed. Fiorist is even down here as well, but it will not matter. It's a dominant win for the Dragons. A great angle found by Julian, gets a practical execution on Bavisi. The only member they cannot find is Tembrin, but he uses his flash and Gale Force to find himself in the arms of safety. And now it's sole point here for the Dragons, and an even bigger gold lead for them as well.
Paladino, I don't know about you, but I've been casting for a few years now, and I've never had a team with the word Dragons in their team name, I don't think.
I don't think I have either.
So the fact that the Dragons team has claimed literally every single dragon in this series so far, they are currently 7 for 7 if you count the first 4 dragons of game 1 as well. Like, that's just to their team name. I mean, honestly, like, DPU Gold, at this point, they just have to forfeit the 4th dragon of this game too, right? Like, if you are going against up a team that has dragons in their name, and they have taken 100% of the dragons so far. To be fair, they've taken 100% of the objectives so far. Yeah. I don't think they left a single tower left standing on the map of Summoner's Rift for game 1. They've taken every Herald, every Baron, every single thing on the map that they can across both of these games. Their gold lead has now grown to about 6,000 or 7,000 as well, from its previous only 1,000 in their favor. You've got a Baron spawning up in about a minute. I don't know if the TU Dragons will be able to take the Baron necessarily right on spawn like they were able to last game, but for right now, they are in a position to, just in case they do want to force a fight for it.
I mean, truthfully, I really think they can. Like, they're up so much gold, up 7k now here at the 19-minute mark, and if they just bring all 5 members to that Baron, it's really, really easy to secure it, in my opinion at least. Fioris is going to try to hold the wave, but that's a Zed, my friend. He's going to do lots of big damage to you. Flashing away from the death mark. Ignite goes down. I don't think the pop is going to be quite enough from the death mark. Fioris lives with just a little bit of HP.
Even the Ignite.
The Rift Herald going to be dropped now in the mid lane, as Donuts is going to take a little bit of damage here from the Aurelian Soul. This is the strength of the Aurelian Soul. He is able to hold on to these waves before they reach the tower. I'm actually, now that I'm looking at the map and the state of this one, I don't know if they can take Baron on spawn because Aurelian Soul has the Sky's Descent. I think it's too much of a game changer in these objective fights that I think even if he is behind, that it just applies too much. It makes everything bigger. It knocks you up. It stuns you if you're in the circle. Donuts is going to flash away. Good call, just to make himself a little bit safer there here in this one. As I say that, though, the Dragons are hitting Baron now, and it might just be gone. It's well below 4k. You would have to throw out the ultimate from the Aurelian Soul pretty much now if you're even going to try to fight it. The Baron goes down, hook in. There goes the Sky's Descent. It will find one. Tembrin has picked up a Puel already. It's going to find another. Fioris has picked up Total Fighting, and it's starting to be a win, at least here early on, for the side of DePauw, but it swiftly goes the other way. Android falls. It's 3 for the Garen, 2 for the Zed. The bot lane falling for the Dragons, but the top side stays alive, and the top side stays dominant as the Baron and a now 10k gold lead belong to the Dragons.
DPU claim the bot lane members of the TU Dragons, but it costs them their entire team. It costs them their Baron. It costs them now possibly their mid lane inhibitor here as well. And you still got 3 members strong for TU Dragons that do get to hold on to the Baron buff, and possibly the most important 3 members as well. I don't necessarily think Total Fighting and Apple are going to be solo on a side lane, so they're probably going to be sitting with one of these people with the Baron anyway. So probably still, like I said last game, it is always coming up near best case scenario for the TU Dragons. You got 1 more minute left on this Ocean Soul for them, and they're going to have the Baron on all 3 members for that soul fight as well. I just want to mention as well, before that team fight began, you did mention Donuts did burn his flash. He burned his flash to distract 4 members of DPU Gold. Like, he was single-handedly keeping 4 members off of the top side of the map. And if the only thing you have to burn for that is your flash, they barely even hit him or cause him any sort of cooldowns or anything else like that, he was still able to walk in the fight with full HP and everything up outside of that flash. So Donuts, a little bit of a, I guess, secret shining star, secret engaged type of player in that team fight. And also just the bot lane for TU Dragons. They were able to do the damage before they died. They did the damage that was needed before they were no longer needed, I guess.
Yeah, they applied plenty of damage, and really this Zed, especially with this 40 stack Ravenous Hydra, just enough AoE, honestly, with the Shadow and the E as well. So much damage coming out from him, and of course Julian Strong as well. That one going down means Total Fighting has already picked up a VZ. Julian should certainly fall as well, but not going to go down yet. Temur's going to pick up the kill. They're going to turn their focus now on to the other members, and that is all she wrote. Blue Light goes godlike. Total Fighting flashes over the wall. We're going to get a TP from the Garen, a Pule flash as well. This should be it. All they need is the mid wave. They've got the Baron buff. They've got a Garen. They've got Zed. And unfortunately for DePauw, they have no members left on their team with the exception of Fiorist. So game 2 took nearly 30 minutes. This one not the same story as the TU Dragons win in, once again, absolutely dominant fashion, ending the game with a near 13k gold lead. What a win from them.
Yeah. I was honestly not expecting the TU Dragons to end at that very moment. I thought for sure we were going to get one more team fight around the Ocean Soul, but they didn't even need the Ocean Soul. They didn't even want the Ocean Soul. They saw the angle to end the game at 23 minutes, like you said, about 5 minutes faster than their win in game 1 even. So a little bit of a small improvement just over their own possibilities that they did reach in game 1. So that does lock in, I don't know if it is necessarily first, but definitely second or first now for the TU Dragons, sitting at 5-1 on the standings. DePauw gold will fall to that dreaded 50% win rate. 3-3 makes it significantly harder to find yourself in a good standing for playoffs coming up in just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly makes things a little bit more difficult if you're DePauw gold. They've still got a little bit of time. Things are not done and dusted yet, but not what you're hoping for here in week number 6. But the TU Dragons got exactly what they were hoping for. 2 dominant wins. Great work from them here in our first series of the day. Well, that's all from this series between TU Dragons and DePauw University Gold. But we've got some more coming at you here very, very soon. It will not be myself or Camcom here with you at the NECC, but don't go anywhere. We've got some other fantastic casters and some more League of Legends content coming at you very, very soon. Camcom, it's always a great time casting with you. I hope you had a good time as well. And yeah, that's all we've got here from the NECC. We'll go to a short break. When we'll be back, we'll have some more League of Legends coming at you very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the NECC Highlighted, as we are now finished with the first week of the second half of the season. We're excited to see so many more weeks of play as things ramp up to the playoffs. My name's Orbital, and I'll be taking you through some of the more amazing and fun moments that we've seen throughout the week. Without further ado, let's get started with the highlights.
2 kills to their name. C maybe shooting a bit too far, passing deep in towards sight. And Ryan finding 2 more of their own, hunting for the last, and there it is! Away from heaven. There goes C. A trick swing by Edstrom. What a 2-shot kill!
Your way down on top of the box. You got the Marshall. Can you hit another headshot? Yes, you need to get a collide! The wall. They're hunting. They're hoping out in the back corner.
There it is.
Bolo makes it a 5K!
Player and Rafters remaining. Finester mushing in from Arches. They do have a nice flick over towards Jim, and okay!
Good to res himself, if nothing else. And here comes the flank from Activewear. He sees 2 targets. There's 1 down. There's 2 down. Is he going to do it? Are we going to get a second in Taro? There's no one to punish, but he doesn't know that, so he has to finish this one off, get the execution. There's 2 kills as
drop 1 or 2 auto attacks, but now here comes the fight. The Realm Warp coming in. It looks like they might have overstayed their welcome.
No.
It's a doozy of a fight as a Cataclysm brings so much pain and death. It will be the finisher for the Caitlyn, but they will lose their life in exchange. A shutdown.
Damage of his own here, and now the rest of Farmingdale Rams has to run. Evelyn Bot will hold the line, protect his brothers, but look at that, Skysail is running, man, and he sees Liz, nowhere for her to go. Onsi tanks the shot for her, but it doesn't matter because they're all gonna fall. And now That Guao guy has been awakened. He's here to wreak havoc. Assault and battery over the wall, though. And Yagi's gonna put him in the dirt. That's for my ADC. He's looking for more, though. Gojo, step too far forward. The hook is gonna back him off, but now Looper needs to run, and Dragon Beast is gonna pick up the pick instead. And a flash forward, Yagi.
Sneaky one here, battering Smokey the May, and in the pin,
Wow.
there's no way you can block that one. Nave landed onto 4.
Wow.
What a huge connection.
Early wall used. This is the go side for Kazuma. Shatter comes in, and this is just everybody on the ground.
They're going to have to build it up, though, relatively quickly. It is online now. Trace with a big slam here.
Wow.
And a 3K coming out from JC.
Helping out with the clear downfield means Eastern Eagles have an opportunity here. Gets popped high. That's dangerous. Squishy Shark, he's been a main player here for the offense. It's up there once again. The third main follow-up. It's a 1-2-3 medic. Ends up putting it home.
Nate Boss pulling the trigger on that one. Flux was a little bit too far up. Acuity might have the one to go, and he's going to tuck it through.
Those touches certainly penalize every single
reverse.
mistake. No. Oh, what?
Eric winning the game, just playing a little bit of pinball.
Of course, not everything goes as planned, as we so often see here in esports, and that also extends to the casters and production. Let's go ahead and start with some of the misclicks of this week, both in and out of game.
Just like that, Nate down to 2, but they should be able to at least get the spike down. Never mind, Kiro actually overextended here. Hasty hanging out inside the flash, gets caught with the bird in hand, and Big Z, well, the early bird does get the worm, able to find the shot onto Hasty.
Finesse her. I don't know why I said it like that. Finesse her. Sometimes you read without understanding what you're reading.
Hey, Ether.
Taking.
Player standing.
Hey, Ether. I can't even say Finisher like I did before. I tried to bring the pun out again. I totally forgot what it was. I just wanted to say the actual word.
Hello, hello, and welcome. It looks like my camera is very, very delayed. I'm just, yeah, I think I'm very, very delayed here. This is,
Welcome back.
Yeah, that wraps up week number 5. We have 3 more weeks headed your way starting on Monday with some amazing Valorant action. You don't want to miss any of it, so make sure to tune in at 5 p.m. EST. Thank you so much for watching the NECC Highlighted. Welcome here, everyone. We're back, ready to go with our second series of the day. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me, joining me off the Rift, this is the best minion to ever wander off the Rift, is going to be Random Minion Caster. RMC, how you doing today?
Doing good, Orbital, and you know, I've been seeing the chat telling us Caster start game. Yeah, everybody wants this game to start here. We are in Challengers Atlantic Division, and tonight on the docket, we've got Johnson and Wales University, the blue team here, recently promoted up from last split in the Emergents Division, up against Queen's Tricolor here, one of the many Queen's University teams. And Orbital, it was supposed to be an exciting matchup. Unfortunately, we had a delay because Tricolor has some roster issues here. They will not be able to start with the AD carry they were hoping to start, and that kind of changes up the whole dynamic of this particular matchup.
It really does. Subs tend to bring a fundamentally different aspect, which is, number one, you don't have that perfect communication that you should be building up throughout the season. It brings in a new dynamic of also roster swaps of where your regular players are going to go, and that is something Tricolor have been working to try and iron out as we head closer and closer to the postseason. And again, with a record of 2-2, they're going to be trying to fight their way through. So let's go ahead and take a look at the roster that'll be gracing us here today. For the side of JWU Blue, it is going to be Ho-Ho, Scalzi, It's Rewind Time, Lalode, and Delgo, a team that for those that have been watching the NECC also know that they run the Blue Squad and the Yellow Squad, so both teams being in the NECC competing, in different divisions.
Is that why we see JWU blue, but then the logo is yellow? Because it was a merge of the two squads?
I bet, yeah.
Split it halfway?
I like it.
If it's not the case, it is now. That's our story, and we're sticking with it. JW Blue, though, I do want to highlight their mid and jungle here, H-Skillsy and Rewind Time, because I just found out today that these guys are brothers. And not only are they brothers, they are twins. They've been playing together, and you know what happens when mid and jungle are brothers. You can expect to see a tent being set up in that mid lane. There are tons of ganks I'm expecting to come through to get Rewind Time ahead.
Oh, it's going to be a good time. Now let's go ahead and head over to the Tricolor, the Queen's University Ontario squad here in the Challengers Atlantic Division. This squad is currently sitting at 2-2. So as you can go ahead and see, it will be Derek is a bad 1, 2, 3 in the top lane. Tootie Booty in the jungle role. Yes, that is their name, and that is how they wish for us to pronounce it. Makalaka in the mid, and that is one of their supports, and then, or not supports, one of their substitutes coming in here. Now, Semi-Silencer in the ADC role, who previously has played in the mid lane role for them most of the time, and then Swiper on support.
Yeah, so if you look at the names, Orbital, they are kind of all starting names, like names you'd have seen starting for this roster already, but none of them are really AD carries, so a little bit of a switch up here. And Tricolors as a team have been having a lot of roster shuffles throughout this entire split. So on one hand, yeah, roster shuffles are always kind of rough, but on the other hand, Tricolor should be kind of used to having people play out of perhaps their main role, having to fill into other positions for now. What does change up, of course, is the fact that they didn't really have an AD carry substitute ready to go here. Semi-Silencer, a bit of an assassin player in the mid lane, a big carry for this team. Now moving down to the AD carry role, assassins don't really fit into that bot lane very well, so you actually have to pick something different. If you're a control mage player, okay, maybe you can play an AP carry down there, but you know what, hopefully the mechanics transfer over from that mid lane. If you're a carry, well, I assume you can carry in other ways in other roles. That much, your hands don't change.
That is something to think about, but as we get underway with draft number 1, we'll get to see teams bringing out their best here. And again, we do apologize for the delay. Thankfully, we are getting straight up into game number 1. As we stated, it was more of just trying to figure everything out, make sure we're good, and then get rolling here. And hopefully, we have a good series on our hand. As you can see, though, the bans are some of the most enjoyable that I've seen in quite some time, because we get to see some funky faces here. Number 1 on there, yes, the Varus Thresh. Those are very standard bans nowadays, depending on where you're focusing. The Gragas as well, and the Vladimir, in and out. But the Katarina and Ivern are two that there's story behind it, I feel like, right? There has to be stories behind it.
Yeah, they just target bans, right? H-Skillsy on the side of JW Blue there. Well-known Ivern player, spams it in solo queue. And remember we said earlier, they're brothers here in the jungle mid lane. H-Skillsy often picks the more supportive roles to get his brother rolling, but that's not the case this game, Orbital. Echo being picked up for H-Skillsy. And it's fun to note that it's rewind time, right? You'd expect the Echo to go mid. Instead, they picked it early. They kind of did the bait and switch, and then they gave the Vigar over to rewind time the Echo to H-Skillsy instead.
And I also love the fact that we're getting to see some other fun champions coming out onto the Rift. The Ornn, hey, listen, not exactly the most fun depending on who's, playing it and who's facing it. But the Alawi has risen in prominence so quickly, and seeing it more and more, it means that these team fights are much more difficult to deal with because you have to worry, are you close to a wall, are you close to a tentacle? And the fact that it was picked up with a Nocturne on the other side, if this time goes wrong, if Tricolor choose the wrong moment, it just feels like things are going to get out of control very quickly. Now you can go ahead and take a look at the rest of the bans. We do see the Camille and the Mumu on the side of JW Blue. You can see where the target focus was, and then the Jax and the Udyr really wrapping up on that end as well. And then the bot lane, the last pick, Blitzcrank. This is not actually the last pick. It was a little bit different in before, but I mean, that is an interesting one all the way around.
Yeah, so already we can kind of see the teams have very different ideas of what they want to do here, Orbital. And for Tricolor, let's start with them. Because they're the ones who had that bit of a roster shuffle, they've gone with a very standard, basic team fighting composition. Something that doesn't require too much communication or too high a threshold for execution there. You've got your front line in that Ornn, in that Swain, in that Nautilus here. And then you've got Sivir, you've got Semi-Silencer, able to just kind of stand somewhere and just auto-attack, pew his way through a lot of these fights. Very straightforward. If there is any complicated moving part for us, it would be Tootie Booty on that Nocturne here, who, if he's looking to dive, is probably going to have to go alone. He doesn't have a great dive buddy to go with him. Alternatively, if you're looking for just sort of the map pressure, well, he's going to have to be that bridge towards the mid to late game. Once he hits that level 6, make sure his lanes, who do need time to skill up, especially for Sivir, for cover. Tricolor's draft, on the other hand, that one's really interesting, because it's not necessarily a team fighting composition, not necessarily a split push composition. I mean, you could argue Alawi instantly makes any composition a split push composition, because you just build Hellbreaker and she can 1v2 happily in that top lane there. But it just kind of feels like they picked comfort picks, champions that they're really proficient on, and it feels like this game is kind of a hands check into Tricolor and say, okay, we're going to test you in this game 1. If you can't match us in mechanics, we're just going to keep doing this for the rest of the series.
It's the mental game that is played between the teams, and I do like that you pointed it out, right? The hands check is there, but the mental shift that can come with understanding that even with a not so synergized composition, one that you aren't drafting for or against your opponent, but more for yourself, if you win on this, that will also shift the bans coming out here in games number 2 for Tricolor. They'll have to think, hey, how are we going to deal with this? These are signature champions that they have played or are at least known for playing. How is this going to work, and how are we going to function in that degree? So I'm very interested to see, as you said, the hands check to come out here. However, if the hands check fails, JW Blue will have to figure out what to do and how to go back to the drawing board, because individually these champions do bring about their own styles. But I mean, if you had to pick a couple of those champions, what would you like to pick out to build around for JW Blue if this composition doesn't work in game number 1?
Well, bro, for JW Blue, I would like to make a small correction. I don't think that they just dropped this in isolation without looking at Tricolor's composition.
Oh, okay.
While it's not necessarily a cohesive sort of compositional identity, like there's not a thread where you can kind of go like, oh, this comp wants to do exactly this. I do think they correctly recognize that Tricolor, they want a team fight. They want to walk into us. And so if you look at the picks they have here, Xayah, Veigar, Alawi were the last 3 picks coming through from JWU Blue there is a common theme to them, and that is that they are all really good at absorbing engages. Trying to fight into a Xayah is very difficult with that Featherstorm. It's one of the reasons why she's risen up in priority again. She's very safe as an AD carry and has that sort of agency where she doesn't need to rely on the team. Veigar's infamous Event Horizon, or the baby cage here. You put somebody in the cage, and what are you going to do? You can't fight through it. Only Sivir and maybe Nocturne can get through them, but Sivir wants the front line. If a front line is stuck outside the baby cage, she can't move forward. And Alawi, you kind of mentioned earlier, trying to fight into her ultimate, the Leap of Faith, with all those tentacles slapping down, it does a lot of damage, and we've seen entire team fights get wrecked trying to fight into Alawi here. So I think JWU Blue, while we say there is a hand check here, it is a lot about how they use all these tools to stop what Tricolor want to do. So look at those champions in the mid to late game. My eyes, those are drawn to H-Skillzy in the beginning of the game, because H-Skillzy has been playing more supportive ganking picks, things like Ivern, J4, Sejuani. Echo's a whole different beast here. You don't play Echo for your lanes. You play Echo to carry a game. So I want to see H-Skillzy find those early ganks, and more importantly, take those kills for himself. This is one of those few rare games where I don't want to see H-Skillzy donating that to his brother in the mid lane. Because sure, Veigar can carry a game, but Veigar can carry a game off farming and poke. He does not need those kills.
I mean, I feel like they would have a little bit of a word there, you know. Just listen, give me the kills, give me the AP, and I'll be happy, right? I mean, what you?
The Echo.
That's fair. But of course, as you said, I think it is important to note that that is a big shift, and for them, we do want to see that Echo take off. However, if Tricolor are able to get through that early to mid in good standing, if they're able to work their way towards late game, they also have some ways to work around the team fights. Even though Nocturne might not be able to get in, it is also taking a look at the Sivir, right? Even though there's no immediate follow-up, you'll have an Orin speedily chasing in. You'll have a Swain that will be under that on the hunt. You'll have the Nautilus getting ready to go forward. So for Tricolor, it is also taking a look at what they can do in the mid to late, but of course it's all about that early game as we get underway. It will be game number 1 here with Queens with the Tricolor squad here on the blue side, setting up against the all-intrusive and ever-present Blitzcrank invade.
Yeah, so when there's a Blitzcrank, there is no reason why your team would not look for that invade there. And so JW Blue, they kind of group together. They kind of play it conservatively, seeing if Tricolor actually pokes their hit out, and then maybe they look for something. There's a lot of tricky things you can do, especially when you're red side with that Blitzcrank based around that Dragon Pit there because of the positioning of those bushes. I was wondering if Delgo was just going to try his luck there, throw it blind to the bush, but instead, you know what? JW Blue decide, yeah, we aren't going to push this too much. I'm a little bit disappointed when you've got a Blitzcrank, but hey, they've got strong skilling as well, and they don't need to try and rush anything level 1.
No problem whatsoever. Just chill out, relax. It's Summoner's Rift. You're having a good time and just hanging out here. No worries whatsoever. The Metal Tin Can sweeping across, just waddling their way back. And we'll get a very standard start. Red bus for both junglers. The Alawi helping out the Echo and H-Scalesy saying thank you very much. But, of course, Tootie going ahead and trying to farm up as quickly as possible, clear this camp, and get started moving towards that level 6.
Ooh, and interesting here from JWU Blue's side lanes. Both of them, bot that side specifically, fake the leash so that you can't tell where H-Scalesy is starting. To me, that's an interesting choice, especially when you didn't actually cover your top side, so you don't know if Tricolor dropped the ward to track where H-Scalesy went. Especially when you've got a Blitzcrank as well, a lot of times you actually want to try and take control of that lane, get the early shove going there, so that you've got the threat of actually hooking somebody. I wonder if the fact that we didn't see that hold up, Semi-Silencer?
Semi-Silencer gets hooked and now throws a hook right back with Swiper stepping up. And I think that, you know, the power difference could have been a little bit more dangerous if Semi-Silencer hadn't hit level 2 in the middle of that. Kind of felt nice to have the extra HP.
I was just going to say, too, I guess that's the reason why like Delgo was kind of hesitating and didn't try and get that early push or control over that, was because if you hook the Nautilus, it's trouble. You did hook the Sivir, and despite the fact that JWU Blue took more damage, they did burn this exhaust off of Semi-Silencer. So next time they land that hook, that will be a winning fight for Lalade and Delgo.
Nice to know. Early trades, of course, and with the Blitzcrank, you never want to wait till late game, so that is something to think about. In the mid lane, Makalaka hoping to get things started early, but I think that's a hook once again. We can see it in the air, and that's a nice little back out semi-silencer, though, not using that flash instead, choosing to eat the damage, which may or may not cause some problems come a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, they're fine with that, and keep in mind that was, Swiper also looking to initiate there. I think a lot of this matchup between Nautilus and Blitzcrank, on paper it favors Nautilus, but I do think a lot of it also depends on who is hooking whom. Whoever throws the hook out first actually probably loses that particular trade out here. Now, we focus a lot on this bot lane orbital, but I want to talk junglers, because it's ganking time right now. Skillsy has snuck his way into the bot lane here.
Well, makes it easy, as well as both the hook champions choose to hook in, but they make it look so easy. Now a flash forward from Dello. And no dice there, but Semi-Silencer said, I'm sorry, Nautilus, you did your job. First blood to JW Blue.
Like the thumbs up as well from Semi-Silencer. Didn't actually have to blow flash either because of the focus onto Swiper. Now we are seeing Tutti Booty Makalaka moving down, but keep in mind you have a numbers disadvantage here. I don't know if you want to fight this one.
Well, you're going to try and trade your life, and that's going to be a flash forward. Makalaka able to find one, and they're going to try and bring it a little bit back, but that's going to be a nice two-man stun. Skillsy, though, over the wall, is going to survive, but the boomerang is dodged out as well from Blind. That forces a flash out of Semi-Silencer, but now the chase is on. Lalade is saying, I want to get Makalaka low, but look at the comments being dropped down. Semi-Silencer chasing for a little extra, but they turn it around. Swiper takes that kill, and now the kill goes back to rewind time, and you know what? Some would say you might want to rewind time, but the Vigar would say no. It's an overall 2 for 3 that lends itself to the side of Tricolor, getting some kills back, but blue buff on rewind will be very nice to play with.
Yeah, and I think if you're Tricolors, you're happy that sure you end up losing the blue buff, but you equalize the kills there, and a lot of that coming from the fact that Tricolors had zero hesitation. They sat in that bush, they got the ambush, they got the catch first, and they equalized the numbers. If not, that could have gone very poorly from them when you consider that Swiper was still dead, not yet back into that fight yet, and Semi-Silencer was stuck under that turret. Swiper again? Hello?
This is painful. Swiper able to land the hook, but the hook lands right back, and not even a chance to use that flash. Once again, that is the second time Swiper has died with that Summoner's spell up.
Yo, can I just say, Lalade and Dello there, really good synergy between the two of them. The fact that all the feathers kind of went down first. Rewind, hold up. Should we look at this?
Synergy in different areas. Tootie getting that synergy rolling and saying, Makalaka, I'll help you out if you go ahead and recall and not look like a juicy target.
Yeah, I don't know about that synergy in the mid lane there. Makalaka is forced back, almost died there, and cannot stay around. So, yeah, back to the bot side. The fact that the feathers were left by Lalade and they waited for Dello's pull to maximize that CC is one of the big reasons why Swiper just doesn't have an opportunity to flash away pretty much. The chaining has just been too good here. So huge props to them. I'd love to see more of that coming through from this bot lane of JW Blue.
And they look to do it again. This is what you want to do with the Blitzcrank. Skillsy says, hey, again? I know I can fight it. It's a third time Swiper being denied a chance to flash. This is just straight up bullying.
Yeah, at this point, Swiper just has to immediately blow flash. Like, no hesitation. The moment you think anything's about to happen, get out of there. Top side, and 1v1 Ho-Ho finding that kill here. And we touched on the Alawi before, the fact that she is kind of monstrous and can often win out 1v2s. She's expected to win this year. I'm curious to see if we do end up seeing the sort of Hullbreaker build come out where Ho-Ho just decides, yeah, I'm just going to split push into the lane, and Tricolor, you want a team fight, so I'm going to force you to pick between me or the rest of the team. And even if you come after me, the rest of my team is going to get plenty of objectives on the other side of the map. Or whether we see Ho-Ho go for that sort of Ravenous Hydra build, Black Cleaver Ravenous Hydra, where you're going more for the team fight, the ability to shred the entire enemy team as they try and play into you.
I mean, at this point, we're not even sure if we're going to get to the team fights as quickly as we would hope. Ho-Ho might still be working on the tower as the team fights break out. I mean, this is a very speedy time in the bot side, and this is all off of Skillsy just saying, hey, let's keep yanking that bot side. Let's keep punishing that lane. And Dello and Lalade taking him up on the offer. You can see here Ho-Ho watching that wave get pushed in. It's perfectly okay. So far, JWU keeping the pressure on, saying, hey, this is our game to lose, and we'll keep it right that way. Not even going for that dragon that's been down for a couple minutes.
Yep, and for JW Blue, they had a great early game, but Tricolors have finally hit the point I've personally been waiting for here, Orbital, which is 2D Booty level 6. Nocturne's Paranoia is now online. You have cross-map ganks available here for you. We saw Swiper roaming up from that bot side, trying to see if you could try and find rewind time, set that gank up here for 2D Booty. Wasn't able to find it, but bot side, hey, that's somewhere you can look as well. And so far, JW Blue have been pushing in most of their lanes for the early game. They can no longer do that without vision. They do have to pay attention to where their backup is.
Oh, and that was a great flash. Swiper might be getting some revenge. And again, no chance with only a level 5 available. It's a great pick, and that's what we like to see. With the Nocturne, the first ultimate is crucial, and Swiper made it happen. Dragon, now available for the team.
Like we're talking about, can't be pushing right now for the side of JW Blue unless your jungler is in the area. H-Skillsy doing Herald even as we speak here. Actually started that up before the gank went down, so it will be a Herald for Dragon trade here. Tricolor probably okay with that. You don't need to speed up too much with this composition. You're happy to go for Dragon stacking instead of that first setup.
I mean, get it started quickly and make sure you can continue making use of it, because for this Nocturne, the more damage you get early on, the better it's going to be for those ganks, even with an Alawi up. First Dragon, Mountain claws its way through, and I do believe that is a Hextech or a Chemtech. I'm looking there in the corner. I think that's Chemtech, so we'll hold it to it, but it's either one of those. Dello that said, not today, I don't care. We're going to go for another kill and make it look easy. Lalade takes a third right now. Ridiculous time in this bot side. Oh, H-Scalesy even showing up on the top side in case 2D decide to get cute.
I mean, there's... Oh, the hook!
Oh my gosh, Dello. No mana left. Knew exact amount of mana and said, I got it. But Makalaka now in the mid lane is almost going to get trapped up, but simply walks out. So H-Scalesy getting some value every single lane except for top.
H-Skillsy literally just ganking that kind of in passing here. Did actually blow the flash looking for it, but I don't actually think it's going to matter here, Orbital. The fact that flash isn't available for H-Skillsy still has the chrono break.
Oh,
another hook!
My.
What? That's illegal, Orbital. That's illegal. That's a Sivir. She has a spell shield. How is Dello doing this?
I don't know. Every time I look down, Dello looks like they're out of mana, right? Like every time I've looked down there, it's felt like Dello is out of mana, and there shouldn't be, because the pool is like 100 mana. It's a lot. Like, it's the whole kit. And yet every single time you find enough mana to scale in, you have given so much over to Lalade, who is able to pick up a Kraken Slayer at 10.5 minutes.
Oh man, this bot lane's a nightmare. Oh bro, I was thinking Alawi is going to be the black hole on this map, just sucking all of Tricolor in. Instead, right now it's looking at the bot lane for JW Blue being that massive pressure point from them. And keep in mind, Lalade and Dello have been finding repeated kills onto Swiper and Semi-Silencer. As a Nautilus, you can't do a lot when you're behind, because all you have is engage, and your engage puts your life on the line. Dello now free to roam here.
Oh, and this is so scary, but it is called in with 2D saying, hey, listen, you're not in the bot lane anymore. You got to deal with me. But it's enough. You pulled 2 ultis. You are perfectly okay with that one. And what'd you burn? You burned a flash on Rewind, who is still going to be fairly healthy. Very nice job in the mid lane from both squads.
I was actually kind of scared to see if that hook landed from Dello, because I think if it landed, that actually is the engaged Makalaka and 2D Booty kind of wanted to have, to continue being able to push onto that. As it stands, though, Makalaka sticking around, 3-man dive potentially being set up. He doesn't spot them!
The sweeper didn't catch, and now H-Scalesy actually going under the tower as quickly as possible. Now they're going to rotate back, but it is going to be the Primordial Burst to take it. Now in the mid lane is a bit more danger, but the bot side is where we really want to see it. That's going to be a kill, and Lalade is on a killing spree in the mid lane. We're going to see another killing spree come out for H-Scalesy if they so choose. But look at the shield. It wasn't enough for the punch out. Oh my god. Rift Scuttler for the win. Not even Rift Scuttler. That is Rift Herald getting the assist as well. I have never seen that before. Are you kidding me?
Yo, no way that's planned, Orbital. JW Blue played that perfectly, though, right down to the Herald charge as well. And you gotta feel so bad for Swiper. Swiper's stopwatch was perfect to keep him alive, and if not for that pesky Rift Herald there, actually would have been able to get away. Flash now just coming up for Swiper here. Did not have it available for that last ban. JW Blue, they are dominating this bot side of the map. We touched on Tricolor. They want a team fight. But the problem with the team fighting composition is if you fall behind and can't win the team fight, you got nothing else left in the tank. You don't have an alternative win condition.
And that has to be weighing on their mind right now, right? You are looking down, and you don't even have to see the actual gold amounts to feel the pain right now. 3 players, a JW Blue, sitting on Mythics, a fully completed item, a legendary on Ho-Ho right now. They are so strong, and you look on the other side, it's components, right? Derek is even having to breathe in on the components only and say, hey, this is all I got. Another hook. Tello is not letting this slide. That is ridiculous. Lalade is now on a rampage at 6, 2, and 3. It is disgusting.
Man, keep in mind, Swiper is not the one who's auto-filling on this roster for Tricolors right now. Like, Swiper has been their consistent support for this team. It's just kind of unfortunate how it's playing out. H-Skillzy.
Oh my gosh, is this actually a dive? Oh, H-Skillzy can't finish it off, but it's enough, right? Makalaka is like, bruh, I got away by the skin of my teeth right there. That was so dangerous. This is JW Blue pushing the limits of what their comp can do. Oh, 2D, I'm not sure if you wanted to steal that. That was a very dangerous move against H-Skillzy.
No, man. 2D, no fear. They knew that the ultimate was down from the Echo already. You're safe to go. Paranoia.
Okay. That's going to pull out the Featherstorm, and now that should be the kill. Lalade will fall and pay for their, a little bit of egotistical pushing, but it's going to be enough. Dragon is currently up. It is Chemtech here, and that's a very nice Bellows Breath. Dello isn't going to pull in the half-health Ornn, which, quite honestly, would have been a very easy mark. But for right now, it's a 4v4 until Makalaka decides to head over to the Strike.
Yeah, it's a numbers disadvantage here. Makalaka has walked back to lane. Dello looking for the engage?
Again on Swiper, though, and that's going to be a jump forward. That's going to be the ulti from Blitzcrank to silence them all, but it's going to be a trade out. Dragon is taken away by H-Skillzy, and H-Skillzy is now going to die. But on the flip side, it's a 1 for 2, and it's a small price you pay for a Dragon on your own. Infernal war across the rift as teams are battling for control.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm actually surprised that Tricolors couldn't find more in that fight there. This setup was really, really good, and props to JW Blue for getting out, and I think that just speaks to how far ahead they were, that even without Lalade, their most fed member on the team, Rewind Time was still doing it. Ho-Ho was still doing a lot of work to stall out, to deny away more of those kills. And for Tricolors, though, that's still a good sign that you can find these picks, that you can punish these overextensions, and more importantly, that your team fighting is still viable come this mid-game.
I mean, I love it. I love the fact that the teams are still scrapping tooth and nail every single moment. And as you said, it's a test to Tricolor saying, hey, we got to keep scrapping. We got to keep finding those kills. And thankfully, again, it did go to Semi-Silencer. Now 2, 3, and 3, able to pick up the Kraken Slayer on their own, building up to that IE, trying to get that extra damage in there, whatever else you want to take that cloak into. But I am also scared as well, because you take a look at Rewind Time, who ain't rewinding anytime soon because the Rod of Ages is currently stacking. So you want every single minute here of the following, be able to hit those max stacks, and even going for that tier, saying, give me all the mana.
Yeah, Rewind Time wants the fast forward time right now. That's a bygone. He's going to keep on skill in here. The later the game goes, the better. H-Skillzy sitting on top of a ward.
Well, that's going to call in the regank, but look at that H-Skills. He's saying not a problem. It's a trade of mid laners. As now 2D said, I don't want anything else to do with this. It is a shutdown, though, for 2D. So, a little bit of a difference in gold, and the mid stays ever safe.
Yeah, Tricolor's more than happy to trade 1 for 1 there. Anytime you can do that when you're the team behind, you're happy for it. Semi-Silencer has to know. Look at the way he's playing there. He knows that Bush is a death trap. How much patience does he have? He's out of patience.
No, that's unfortunate. No spell shield either, and flashes into the hook. Oh, Dello. There's very rarely a time that we're gonna highlight supports, but this Blitzcrank, this is all Blitzcrank at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Dello joined this team, followed this team from the JWU Yellow squad, following Rewind Time, who was his captain back then here, because of the really good synergy, his playmaking ability here. That's why he was wanted. Ho-Ho getting pulled out, but look at the dive from behind.
H-Skillzy also doesn't have his ulti. So he's just like, guys, can you push a little bit faster? And Ho-Ho's like, push what? We ain't got a wave, bro. H-Skillzy now walking back going, okay, I'll take my time. But, I mean, H-Skillzy, ever since bot lane took off, has just been a menace in the mid lane. At this point, it's not a camp. They put up a stronghold. There's an actual castle sitting in one of those bushes.
And the sickest part is not just one lane too. HKLZ's been active in every single lane. Really efficient use of his time. Still keeping up in farm as well. Swiper, good luck.
Oh my gosh. You know, at this point, Swiper is like a cannon minion. Every third wave, unfortunately, they're dying. Like, it's 7 deaths. That is picking on the Nautilus.
I mean, if you're a siege minion or a cannon minion orbital, at least you'd have range. Swiper doesn't even have that advantage. He's a glorified melee minion right now. And that's how just engaged supports go, unfortunately, a lot of times. If you win, great. If you're behind, there's nothing you can do. Ho-ho, no flash. We'll get caught out here. Makalaka.
Half health as well, and this is one of those scenarios that you don't want to go towards. So very nicely done. Makalaka and Derek's expending those flashes to ensure that Ho-ho falls down.
And I just want to point out that JWU Blue getting leads, finding picks right now is expected. They are so far ahead. The fact that Tricolors can still manufacture these picks speaks a lot to them. This is a composition that wasn't built to do this, but they are kind of brute forcing it, and it's kind of working. The problem, though, becomes what happens when JWU Blue start to group up here. Yeah, you can still team fight, but at best, that's a 50-50, and especially with things like Herald, Dragons in their pocket, that can change things. This push can't be stopped on this turret. In fact, if JWU Blue want to keep pushing here, I actually don't think Tricolors could have taken that Herald.
No, I don't. And at this point, we're just seeing a little bit of aggression come out. It feels like a little bit of desperation as they're pushing in with this, but they got the teleporter on the back line. 3-man knockup. Let's see what the AoE can do. And yes, they get one. And look at the sustain. Are you kidding me? This is Tricolor having an opportunity, and they take 2. But now they have to get away. Look at Ho-ho. Look at Scales. And look at Rewind. They are on the chase afterwards. So you know what? You took the kills, and that was a beautiful fight. But the gold lead is just not in your favor. At the end of the day, it will be a 2-3 for JWU Blue.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful engage from Tricolors there, finding the pinch, finding the pick, and just managing to tag Lalade right away. And this was my concern. The fact that I wasn't sure that Queen Tricolor would stop the Herald charge or the Herald push if JWU Blue wanted to commit, precisely because of this. There are too many threats at this point, and Vigar is starting to hit the point where he's becoming a bit of a persistent damage threat. His cooldowns on Dark Matter is so low that he can spam it pretty quickly there, and you don't need Lalade to be that consistent damage when Vigar's like that. When Ho-ho as well can pump out consistent damage as well. So props to Tricolors for doing that, and at least it means they can contest objectives, especially the bigger ones like Baron here. But that's not a way they can come back into the game. At best, they're trading even, and in that last fight, 3-for-2, wasn't exactly even either.
Not at all, and the fact that I don't think Semi-Silencer got too many either one of the kills right there, so they're still working with a little bit budget. You can see the daggers coming out for Lalade, really happy about the quick blades there, and already about up a full item. You take a look on the other side, Semi-Silencer is still working with just a few pieces, so we'll have to keep track of this as we go along. Baron is currently up and being fielded under 21 minutes, so JWU Blue saying you can't stop us. Take a look at the ward line. They are completely dark here. This is fully theirs for the taking, and it's going down as quickly as if they had taken it at 27 minutes. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, now we've got that 10k, 11k gold lead right now in favor of JWU Blue, and this is when it gets really hard for Tricolors. I was actually thinking they could contest the Baron, but I don't think they expected how quickly Baron went down. They didn't have the vision, they just weren't tracking it, and that might come back to bite them. JWU Blue, their mid game has been a little bit messier than the early game. They absolutely crushed the laning phase, the 1v1s, the 2v2s, the early ganks here. But since they've started grouping up, they haven't been quite as effective. With this Baron buff, I would love to see them take out all the remaining inners, top and mid, or break an inhibitor somewhere here, because they do need to pick up the pace of the game. They do need to make sure that they're not giving free gold to Tricolors for no reason.
Definitely agree. This is a bit scary there. But of course, it's a very small, scary moment. It's like, oh, the hill moved up a little bit in incline, very, very slightly for right now. It's like, oh, it's not so much a straight walk in the park. It's a very, very tiny hill. It's like they stepped into Kansas. I'm not gonna lie. That's what it feels like right now. It's just they're still so strong. As much as we talk about how they do need to pick up the pace, it's like they can still do it at their leisure at this current moment. But even their leisure feels pretty fast-paced. There goes mid-tower. As you said, they're pushing into those lanes. Vigar should join up with them shortly, and Ho-ho is fully attacking this top side. Derek realizing that they lost a quarter of their HP by a single set of blows, and now again, Swiper has swiped their last swipe. That is the 9th death. A swiper, and it's one that I can't even fault them for.
He was just trying to ward Orbital. Yeah, Swiper right now really squishy, and you can see how quickly he's getting melted out as well there. As soon as the pick lands, he's dead. Flash or not, it doesn't matter. I know Flash was down, but it really is irrelevant. The continued push here, they do get both the inners, now they're getting the inhibitor turret as well, and without Swiper, without that easy point-and-click depth charge engage here, Tricolors don't want to risk anything. We continue to see the split push as well from Rewind Time bot side. Has to be careful about that Nocturne and the collapse though.
They are actually going to bring it out, but with that ulti, as you said, that paranoia going down. But look at this Ho-Oh staying alive for quite some time. Semi-Silencer can't cut through him, and the healing's going to come out. They're going to do it. They're going to fight off two, make it a third if Laladay can get a little bit closer. The feathers don't even have to land. It's just an auto attack away in that bot side, though. They are going to find the Vygar, but at what price? They have lost 3 towers so far, make it a 4th right now, and 1 inhibitor, possibly 2. Was it worth for 1 kill? Some would say yes. Most would say no.
And the question was it necessary, Orbital? The bot side pick was great coming through from the side of Tricolors. The fact that Swiper had just respawned, they didn't need to make the play topside, and now they're regretting it. Tootie Booty Swiper trying to hold this here, but they just don't have the damage.
They don't at all. H-Skills even got the ulti up at the last second to ensure that the final Nexus Tower does go down. The hook misses, but it's an engage from Swiper himself. They are going to try and battle it out. That's going to be the claw to hold them all together. And hey, you know what? You lost everything, but the Nexus will not fall just yet. It's just the Blitzcrank, but that mechanical beast can't do anything there. For all that they have lost, they will not lose their last hope.
Super's pushing in from top and mid here, so Tricolors can't all leave the base. Dragon is spawning here, and there is a TP on Rewind Time. So if you do leave the base here, JW Blue could look to backdoor you. Are there any wards in base here, Orbital?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thankfully not. So as long as you can clear the minions,
what?
you're
they took it away. No, there it is. I told you.
Okay,
there is one. Why am I looking at the minimap, RMC? What the heck, bro?
I couldn't see it past Swiper, man.
There is a singular ward, and right now, with the dragon currently coming up, it is going to be so dangerous. But they're already there. They're actually calling for it to be taken quickly, and I actually do like this. Again, you can take a look at the current position of the players at JW Blue. They're not there, so no reason. That will be a dragon taken back. Bounty gold handed over to Tricolor as well, and you know what? All of the gold Semi-Silencer has been picking up with those waves crashing in. It feels like a very small victory in a depth of defeat.
Yeah, so great gold. And as you mentioned, Semi-Silencer are able to pick that up. But look across to Laladay. 10, 5, and 6 right now is 1.5 full items up on Semi-Silencer. And we saw that in those fights, especially when we saw the collapse in from Makalaka, from Semi-Silencer, trying to find Ho-Ho, trying to find Laladay there. Yeah, Laladay was so fed that that's what turned that fight. And right now, Tricolor still cannot win a full 5v5, and they're running out of space to play to. Great, you got Dragon, but now JWU Blue, they just group up bot side. There's nothing else for them to take, and we get to see, do you have an answer to Laladay, who has Flash, who has Featherstorm up and available?
The answer? Probably a resounding no. Just no. You are going to try. There's going to be one last ditch attempt, and I want to see it come out. I want to see Tricolor show their colors here. Who do they go on? Who do they fight for? It is going to be a nice spell shield to keep Semi-Silencer safe, but down comes
here we go.
The little bit of Horizon keeping everyone alone, and there is going to be the battle breaking out. But look at Semi-Silencer almost dead. That's going to be the Vygar taking one. That's going to be the Zaya. Man, I'm getting all my champions mixed up. The Zaya takes one, and it's going to be the finisher after that incredible display at the very end that even made our game decide to take a breath. It will be game 1 to JWU Blue.
And can I just say, that was not a fair fight for Tricolor. I'm not even talking about the gold. I'm not talking about the massive advantage. I'm just talking about the fact that JW Blue kind of like, yeah, let's see if we can find kills. Oh, Semi-Silencer got away. Okay, guys, turn and finish the Nexus. It was as simple as that. And yeah, they just had all the cards in their pockets. But it's because they had such a great early game. So huge props to JWU Blue with how well they played that early game there. And what's scary to me, Orbital, was the fact that they had so many champions who weren't necessarily early game champions. Echo, not the best of gankers necessarily. Pre-6 here, you can't really go for those dives. Zaya, Vygar needed time to scale up, but because they were finding those kills, especially in that bot lane there, they accelerated that timeline so quickly.
I mean, at this point, please, I only got one thing to say. Ban the Blitzcrank. Please, I don't know where you're going to slot it in, but ban the Blitzcrank at this point. We'll see if they can do that. We will go to a very short break, make sure the teams are ready to go for game 2, and we'll see if any changes occur for Tricolor to try and come back in this series. Please, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with game number 2 and game number 1. I mean, if you've ever been a fan of Blitzcrank, you have even more so, because that was a clinic. Every single moment given. At the last drop of mana, a hook was thrown out and landed. This time around in game number 2, Tricolor are going to try their best to not allow that to happen once again. Of course, JW Blue, if they have anything to say about it, it's going to be the same old, same old.
And we have heard that Tricolor opting for the red side this time, although, so they do have potential counterpick to come through. We'll have to see what they opt to do with it here. Now, I do want to say that game 1, yes, it was very one-sided. JW Blue was in charge the entire time. But considering how bad the early game went, Tricolors, I thought, made a really good comeback in the mid to late game. And I think a lot of it was just down to laning, down to those role and roster swaps here. So I wouldn't count Tricolor quite out of it just yet, although if they can hit that mid to late, their mechanics certainly can shine there. And I think a lot of it will come down to their drop. I would like to see some early game strength in them so that they're not all winning on those mid to late team fights here. Instead, if you've got the hands for it, you can try and play for the lane instead, and then instead of going for a very formulaic front to back, you can embrace the chaos of that sort of messy skirmish in the mid to late game instead.
Of course, and that lends itself to our bot side as well. You know, you're talking about Tricolor getting a little bit more up front with it, getting a little bit more comfortable and making sure that they can play those early game engages. Well, you know, with those change up on semi silencer, someone that has now swapped from mid into ADC, we really do need to talk about that, because the bot lane was one that we did watch get bullied a little bit. So how do they adapt? What do you want to see picked up? Because I mean, there are some champions that you can transfer from the mid to bot lane as long as you understand the champion and the roles a bit, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's a little unfortunate that Semi-Silencer isn't, say, a control mage player, because we've seen things like Syndra move to the bot lane, Karthus move to the bot lane, and be very, very effective down there where they get all that gold, they get to skill up. Heck, even if you want to play something like a Vigar, that works as well. Vladimir is something else we've seen. Now, Semi-Silencer does play Yasuo. That one is something that we've seen into the bot lane before. And in fact, I think both these teams actually play Yasuo composition. So maybe that's something you can look to play in the bot lane instead. He also plays Samara, I believe. So those are options I would much prefer to see rather than something like that Sivir, especially when I feel like a lot of that bot lane struggles. Swiper was dying a lot, but I put some of that on Semi-Silencer, because against the Blitzcrank specifically, you need to know how to manipulate your waves so that you've got those minions to protect you from hooks there. And when you're on a champion like Sivir, yes, her early game trading isn't amazing, but she's got great ability to push waves and control the wave, sort of where it's going to bounce, where it's going to land here. And I don't think Semi-Silencer, being a mid laner, is quite as familiar with that. So I don't want to see that sort of complicated pickup here. Just pick something that can smash.
Pick something that can break. Pick something that can just, you know, take care of business no matter what. Of course, on the other side, JW Blue, they looked great, and it really felt like they didn't have to change anything. Of course, one of the things that we do have to look at is with that Blitzcrank taken, it is one of those, I always want to call it a one-trick wonder. It's not just the player that plays it, but it's the impact factor, right? Once you play a Blitzcrank once, it is difficult to have that same level of confidence and the same level of impact as before, as the team is kind of ready for it, unless you just flat out don't play against Blitzcrank and you just like, you lose it. Taking a look at some of the other alternatives that they could bring out, though, what are some of your thoughts here? Are they going to shift more away from that pick and run style, or can they still run it with some of the champions available?
I think a lot about that Blitzcrank comes from Tricolor, whether they ban it or not. Because I know you were calling for a Blitzcrank ban, and I think after last game, it'd be understandable if they did that. The bans coming through from Tricolor in Phase 1 were Varus, Ivern, and Thresh back in Game 1 there. And I'm just curious to see what they open up. If they open up the Thresh, for example, to ban that Blitzcrank here, then I think Delgo's just going to pick that Thresh. It's what he's played the most here in the NECC, and if you're opening up something else here, especially like the Varus, then it would depend on what Lalade wants to pull off in this bot side. If you want another hook champion to sort of go for that on-hit Hail of Blades insta-burst style build, or if you want to go for poke, you can switch over to something like the Karma, like the Lux, and pair it with the Varus, then you get perma push, you get perma poke, and you get kill threat under turret as well.
It's such a very nice champion, and of course, if we do get to see it, we get to see it. If not, we get to see something different. And I mean, hey, we We got something different. Okay, so it does look like Tricolor have said that mid lane is the issue. Oh my gosh. Okay. So they're throwing like 15 curveballs in a row. I mean, I know the MLB implemented a pitch clock or whatever they say, but this is ridiculous. You can't throw 3 curveballs in a row back to back to back. This is a hard changeup right now. The Nasus out of nowhere against the Gnar, and now it says Juani as well, not away from the carry, right back on that, safe, because the Echo is now going to the RMC. What is going on here? What is happening?
Okay, the teams were cooking, Orbital, and I like this.
Oh my gosh, yes!
Wait, Semi-Sans are in the mid lane this game on the Yasuo, Orbital. Maybe that's why we see the sort of mid focus come through, because Semi-Sans is back in here and wants to be able to carry. That's not a bad setup either with the Gnar. You've got knockups. I'd love to see Tricolor get a bit more setup though. Gnar is not the easiest knockup to be able to work with here. Okay, Vigar coming back in, and actually, now that I look at it, Orbital, is that Chewbacca back in the bot lane? Wait, that's their normal AD carry, and they're not running a normal AD. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore, Orbital. It's spicy. I like it. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I like what I'm seeing.
So we did have to take a look, and again, we do have to remind you that in that mid lane, it was Makalaka that came in as the sub, and so they were having some issues before. That's why we're very surprised to see this change up. The Yasuo is one that I know we had fielded earlier in our discussion, and we were like, oh man, that'd be crazy in the bot lane. This changes things up. It's now Assassin versus Assassin in the mid lane, which I personally really like to see. I'm excited to see that break down. But the Vigar Annie in the bot side, Vigar, as you said, has been very annoying and can go in that bot side. Paired with the Annie, though, that is one that we see teams run to a lot of success in pro play, but, with some of those nerfs, it's not as all around like we win if we lock this champion. And it still does take a certain level of skill to be able to play with certain champions in the bot side.
Yeah, she got balanced a little bit. She was a little bit overtuned after everything came out here.
Only a little.
Only a little. I mean, Annie is a little girl. So what's interesting to me about Tricolor's bot lane here is, first of all, as we mentioned, Chewbacca, their normal AD carry is back in, and they're not running an AD carry. Instead, with the Vigar Annie here, this is actually a kill lane they're setting up here. And I particularly like this kill lane because Vigar still scales up and does all the things you need your AD carry to do later on in the game out mostly well, just bringing damage to the fight. But against a Xayah especially, with that Annie, it comes down to your reaction time. Because a flash Tibbers, the only way you save yourself is you need to press the buttons fast enough. There is very little telegraphing on those abilities. At most, you see Annie running at you. And if you flash early, Annie just doesn't drop Tibbers, and you've wasted your flash. That just sets her up the next time. You add Primordial Burst to that as well. And the potential to kill the Xayah before she can do anything just skyrockets through the roof. So I like what Tricolor are doing here. They're playing a bit more for the lane, a bit more for that early game pressure. They're not too worried about that mid to late game having to scale up there with a rough start. They still have the scaling, don't get me wrong. It's just not as difficult for them to get to that point. And I suspect that's why we saw that Nasus come through for Ho-Ho here. JWU wants to make sure that they've got some sort of scaling on their end as well. And I do feel like that Nasus is going to be a ticking timer. His damage tends to ramp up a little bit faster than Vigar because it only applies on that one skill, the Q there. But he gets really tanky, and he could be that sort of Thanos that just shows up, in that mid game after having farmed up a storm, especially if Derek can't hold him down there, and you just don't have a good way to burst through all that tankiness.
You really don't. And add into the mix that it's no longer just a one tank game, right? Game number 1 was the allowing the Blitzcrank. I call Blitzcrank a somewhat tank there. You have a raw tank now. This is Juani. It's a huge swap up, but I'm actually very excited to see this, right? Because we had talked about the fact that previously, this top jungle duo, we want to see H Scalesy on, some of their best that they can perform, and because of that, they picked up a tank that says Juani that's going to complement the rest of the team. This is something that Tricolor will have to overcome, especially with the Kayn in the jungle. This is another shift coming out here, right? It's a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit more of a gamble depending on which form you decide to go to, and if you fall behind as a Kayn, you're even more put into the depths, put into the pits, and not allowed to play the game.
Yeah, and if you recall how 2DB played that first game there, his Nocturne was actually one of the better parts of how that game ran. With the Kane, I have high hopes for it as well. As much as Kane's early game can be a little bit rough, especially if you fall behind, his scaling is pretty strong. And as far as carry jungles go, Kane is one of those who has a lot of agency and can do whatever he wants on his own. He can run through walls, he can try and blitz lanes really quickly. With his ultimate as well, he can dodge out turret shots and just be an overall menace. So it does feel like both teams kind of doubled down a little bit in terms of just seeing how good their carries are. And for Tricolor, they've said, okay, we're gonna put a lot of trust on our jungle mid duo, on this Kane, on this Yasuo. And for JW Blue, the fact that H Skelzy is off a carry is not a sign of disrespect. They're not saying that, oh, we can chill a little bit more. No, if anything, this is scarier because, as you mentioned, H Skelzy often playing these utility junglers to set his brother up. And this time, let's not forget, rewind time. That's a direct reference to Echo. Like, he is on his signature champion as well, and they are. It feels like to me it's going to be a competition between these two teams, between their mid jungle roles, and then the side lanes are going to be interesting as well because Ho-Ho did comprehensively win out the 1v1 on Ilaoi. Now he's on the Nasus, slightly weaker laning, but much scarier mid game. And in the bot lane, it's kind of gone the other way, where I feel like Tricolor has the more deadly duo in that bot side there with a lot more burst potential. So with the way the maps are split here, Orbital, it really does feel like a game of whose carries are going to be able to carry harder.
Well, only one way to find out, right? Only one way to figure out if this changeup from Tricolor is enough, if having your regular member back in that, at this point, APC role will have anything to do there. For JW Blue, I'm excited to see what happens with that Echo on the main and what will happen with the Nasus in the top side because, of course, as Nasus, the silliness that we've seen Nasus be able to pull off, I think you and I cast a game, it was well over 2 or 3 weeks ago, but we saw Nasus just go full raid boss mode and just chase people around the rift, and it was by far one of the most ridiculous things I think I've ever seen. So much can occur here. But we want to see what Game 2 can bring us right now. If Tricolors are able to bring themselves out of a Game 1 deficit and move their way to a Game 3, or JW Blue will continue their run and look to place their sixth win here on the board, or I might just be a little bit crazy. Let me double check it. 5th win. Haha, I can do math, everyone.
Almost.
We are in week 6. I definitely knew that.
Yeah, round 6. It feels like they've won all their games here, but they did have that one loss to Clark Rid. Yeah, and I think they are still top of the table. I think it says a lot about how good JW Blue are as a team. And I think that's something maybe we didn't really set up too much in the pregame, which we definitely should touch on here. JW Blue, they are a team that promoted up from the Emergents division last year, or last split, pardon me, back in fall. The team is a bit of a mix, and I guess they picked, what they thought would work from the original blue and yellow teams. And certainly it has so far, right? 4 wins, 1 loss here, looking to make it 5. And Tricolors, they're 2-2 right now. It has been a bit of a tougher slog for this team, but yeah, if ever there was a time to pop off, it feels like now's the time. This comp, this draft, this game.
Time to see what they can do. Last time around, it was the Blitzcrank, but they didn't really invade anywhere. But this time around, with the Thresh, they have a bit more confidence to do so. The problem is that right now, it was a beautiful ward placed by Swiper to give all the information necessary. Does that mean that they're actually going to be good to fight back? That's a whole different thing on its own. A hook thrown out in that river brush said, no one's there. Because of that, we will walk our way back out. Tricolor, either breathing a sigh of relief or a sigh of frustration that they didn't get a chance at a first blood.
Yeah, I don't know how this one goes here, Orbital. Part of me feels like Tricolors had a really good shot to make something happen. With Annie right now, she starts fully stacked with Pyromania. And a trick that a lot of pros will use is they actually don't skill their first skill till they see where the opponents are. And if Annie ends up taking, was it Disintegrate, the W, the Cone, you can get 3, 4, 5-man stuns at level 1 as well, especially if you have that vision advantage there. But they were paying a lot of respect to this Thresh for Delgo here, something that they banned out in game 1. And you know what? For Queens, for Tricolors, a bit of a missed opportunity perhaps, but also to them, maybe they just feel like, you know what, we just need to play the standard. We don't need to cheese anything here. We expect to win out in a standard start.
Chewbacca coming in here saying, hey, give me a chance. Let's go ahead and try and find our way back into this series. I do like that as well. I'm always, like I said, a big fan of teams being able to play with their regular roster. And not only that, having a swap out of the players I'm always interested to see what changes, right? Not just the champions, but also an overall sense of, does the team feel a little bit more in line? And we can already see some of the bullying that goes on down here. The stun coming out from Swiper and then immediately into the baby cage from Chewbacca. It can be frustrating if you're not ready for it, or even if you're ready for it and just praying it doesn't happen.
Yeah, there's not much you can do either. HSkillzy roaming the mid lane somewhat as expected here. I mean, we did set up the expectation that these two brothers were going to be living in the same house, and therefore HSkillzy could be expected to kind of 2v1 in the mid lane. Not able to find anything, and Semi-Silencer doesn't have to blow flash. Plays that really well to escape. And for HSkillzy, you don't lose anything from that timing whatsoever. You were just kind of transitioning from bot to top side. The only thing you kind of give away is where you started, and I think Tricolor's already had a pretty good idea from the failed invade.
Fool me once, fool me twice, whatever you want to say. But again, a very slow start to the game with a 2D Booty trying to farm up as quickly as possible, but HSkillzy still keeping pace. So for all that's happened, the jungler's opting for that safer route, whether you want to say so or not, after HSkillzy joined mid. But for 2D Booty, you're not watching your bot lane die. Swiper and Chewbacca have been able to stay alive for, you know, about 4 minutes. We call that a win. We called it a pretty nice win. Oh, no, never mind. Are you kidding me? That hook actually landed, and now there's nothing you can do. A flash out now. As they're going to flash forward for a couple more, and a final play takes it. First blood. I cast a curse everything I do. I am so sorry, Chewbacca. But at least this time, Swiper tried to get a little bit more. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. First blood once again to JW Blue.
That threshold threading through the minions, that is why Delgo had this thresh ban. He's just so comfortable on it. Another hook launch.
Oh, you do have flash, but you can't even use it. It's deja vu. Swiper dies with flash up because the CC chain is just that good.
Somebody check Orbital's PayPal account, man. Like this Castickers saying 2D.
You didn't hear any noise on this end. You didn't hear any noise. That is not my phone, I promise.
I just love the fact that it not only happened once, Orbital after he said 2D Booty doesn't have to watch his bot lane die. It's like, are you sure about that? Both of them dropping one after another. And there is an additional cost to that as well. Watching your bot lane kind of get desynced on their deaths. You get a bit more experience, which is nice, but the problem is that it does set you up for those additional kills. The fact that when Chewbacca died, Swiper didn't immediately look for the recall was what set up for that second pickup. And now Noon Quiver and Boots completed. The Boots is going to be very, very important against this Veigar to be able to dodge things out, to be able to decide when to go in or out of fights.
Very scary thing to see, but at this time as well, let me just cast a curse it once more. We are seeing kills in mid and top all the time, while Semi-Silencer walks straight towards into his Sejuani. Kane is on the other side of the field, and because of that, there is no flash. It's another kill. Oh, the knockup though. HSkillzy is going to live by just a hair. You should fall here to 2D Booty, and you do, but it's a 1-for-1 trade mid for jungler. Ho-Ho on this top side, you know, had a kill earlier. Definitely wouldn't die right there, right? Definitely would not die. 3-1 overall though for JW Blue.
Some people just want to see the world burn. Orbital just wants to see people die in this room. You're trying to curse them. Top side for now. No deaths just yet, though. Ho-Ho is level 6. And props to Derek, by the way, on this Gnar. Playing it really, really well. Making sure that he's winning out with that range advantage here. And has been doing a great job of spacing out against Nasus, especially with that Wither. It can be a little bit difficult. And I think now that both of them are 6 as well, a little bit more safety for Derek should Nasus somehow find a way to engage here.
You know, my ADHD brain just thought of something else on the bot side. Even though Chewbacca and Swiper are, you know, down 0-2, another little fun thing that a double AP does against a blind pick Thresh, you get to destroy part of his passive, right? His souls give armor instead of MR, so you're like, hey, it's the small wins, right? I don't know why I thought of that, but I just did. It just came to mind.
You're not wrong. It is a good thing. The problem is, I think by the time those stacks actually start to mean anything significant, it won't be Triple I and Swiper 2 with him.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be Semi-Silencer and Derek Semi-Silencer, even as we speak. Was getting a little bit scared. I think the pings did come out that bot lane was missing, so was kind of expecting a gank, and HSkillzy, Delgo, both of them are ready and
here we go.
Now into the top here, does not have ult available.
No ults available, but it might be enough. That's going to be the Gnar, though, flashing away, and Ho-Ho only having to expend the ulti and Ghost, meaning that Flash is available for another chance at kill. But H-Skillsy sticking around right now. Oh, this could be dangerous.
Yeah, and Derek kind of suspects something might be wrong here. Keep in mind, H-Skillsy just kind of waiting for the 6. You can leech the XP off the minions. He's going for the full wraparound.
I thought H-Skillsy was seen by a minion, but that's going to be the knockout. Perfectly played from H-Skillsy. And Ho-Ho picks up the kill. Not a stack, but a kill. And you know what? 300 gold is more than enough.
And you know what, Orbital? H-Skillsy, level 6 now. Glacial Prison up and available here. If Derek TP's into lane, it's not going to end well. Okay, thankfully his death timer took long enough. So Ho-Ho and H-Skillsy have actually left that top side here. But that is risky. And now all of Tricolors needs to be careful because now H-Skillsy should be actively looking to make ganks happen.
2D Booty as well is in that same boat. Hit level 6 on their own. Should have that Humble Trespass. And you know what? They've tried. Huge props to 2D Booty. Usually you want to wait for that form. The form is nice to have for those ganks, but at this point you can't afford to, so they did shift up their ideal. You can see him sitting around the mid lane a little bit more, trying to make sure Semi-Silencer doesn't get ganked. Every time you get a couple camps, you rotate to one of the lane sides, and you try and make a play happen. There just hasn't been an opportunity because of this. Every time you do, and then you leave, it feels like JW Blue have them on lock. It feels like 2D Booty is being read at every single moment.
I mean, H-Skillsy just spamming ganks left and right. Eventually, most are going to hit, right? So that's why it feels like 2D Booty can't quite find a way in or out.
Well, no, that's... oh my gosh. This is that avalanche. This is that snowball that everyone is so scared of in League of Legends. On that top side, we're also seeing a dangerous scenario. Remember, Derek has no flash. You are going to possibly die in that top side, but in the bot side, we're seeing that Cage saved so much time and energy. Alalade actually ate 2 tower shots while trying to help out the rest of the team, so no tower dive to happen just yet.
Actually, a bit surprised they didn't try anyways. Heal and Featherstorm were both available for Alalade there, and Swiper got so this award in the bush. They don't know. If ever there was a chance for Tricolor, this is it.
Well, Dello, quick fingers there, said not today, and Swiper with no bear said, okay, can't do much more than that. Hook going just shy of Chewbacca, and that'll mean bot side will go back to a little bit more quiet until 2D Booty wants to make a play. There it is. Yeah, listen, at this point, oh, the bait! Swiper got out the bait. You know what? You'll take it. Lalade loses the ulti.
100%, but overall that was not the quiet bot lane that Lalade and Dello were hoping for. Their 2D Booty was on the hunt, trying to make things happen, and now Swiper is level 6, and I think that was the concern mid lane.
Not so quiet mid lane either. Ulti for ulti here makes the whole mid lane dangerous, but that's going to be a swap of damage. But a flash out by Semi-Silencer at the end to try and keep this all safe. Tibbers now coming down for Swiper to stop H-Skillsy, but H-Skillsy is just too big of a brute. That's going to be the Primordial Burst taking it away, though. So it's a trade of 1 for 1. And he goes down in favor of Lalade. And Tibbers can't find much more, so Chewbacca allowed to live, but at the cost of their support.
Yeah, and that's a burst that we were talking about coming through from an Annie Vigar bot lane there. As a Xayah, there's not much you can do. Chewbacca is on the hunt.
Well, you have Flash, so maybe you can get in range for another Q on Dello, but it's so dicey. Either way, it should be the finisher. And H-Skillsy is scaling very nicely with 2 kills in their pocket.
Well, Orbital, some things just don't change, including minions apparently being on the side of JW Blue. Yeah, they just keep getting in the way of this bot lane.
Yeah.
Swiper, and whether it be Chewbacca or Semi-Silencer, either way it kind of comes back to bite them. 2D Booty, though, making good on what he can. And we've said before, 2D Booty was kind of one of the bright spots in Game 1 here. In Game 2 has been kind of bullied out because Kane's a little bit weaker, hasn't had form yet, but will be able to at least find Herald, Semi-Silencer.
Oh, this might actually be a little bit of a difference. You can see it. Rewind not liking this fight, dodges out on the knockup, and is able to survive. But we see Semi-Silencer now on the Yasuo back in mid lane, looking far more confident, even though they're not at that 0-10 Yasuo power spike.
Ho-Ho's collapsing from the top side, though.
Okay, that's going to be quite dangerous as well. Okay, yeah. Well, Ho-Ho's having fun. He wants another stack on the ward.
Yeah, and I think Ho-Ho knows he's tanky enough that you can't burst him, and Yasuo out was just used. And we're starting to see as well, Semi-Silencer, knowing that his ult cooldown is so much lower than that Chrono Break, is willing to engage very, very aggressively when you trade those ultimates. And Rewind Time has to be careful about that. Unfortunately for Semi-Silencer, Tutti Putti has not been able to get in lane and get that knock-up to enable him. And Derek, as bad, is kind of stuck in the top side as well. Hasn't been able to get down, and that was my concern with the lack of knockups. Usually you see things like a Nautilus, a Gragas, a Diana, things that are incredibly easy to set up for the Yasuo. Not so much this game. Later on in team fights, maybe Derek can get that knockup that's set up for the Yasuo, but at least in terms of the laning here, Semi-Silencer is playing some hard mode.
It's been a long journey. It's been a very difficult one as well, but we saw the trade go their way, and now about 20 CS up, Semi-Silencer has had an opportunity. Dragon being taken quite a bit later than in game number 1. Game number 1, I think it was up at 7 minutes and it was taken, so about 5 minutes behind. So, I mean, Tricolored happy about that difference still, though. First Dragon going the way of JW Blue. They'll be in their favor, and I think... Please don't tell me that's another Chemtech Dragon. If that's another Chemtech Dragon and we see an Infernal Soul, that's just the game. That's just Riot trying to hand JW a little bit of a freebie there.
I mean, I feel like damage is good for both of these teams, right? For Tricolor, they can get their hands on Infernal as well. They have a lot of damage. In fact, I actually would argue to help Tricolor more than it would JWU Blue, because JWU Blue has some tanks here who won't benefit as much from that Infernal. Lalade able to dodge away there.
Swiper just a little bit slow on that Tibbers drop, so Lalade, even though throwing the Featherstorm backwards, is still able to survive. Chew Blocker, though, looking for that final kill, and you are able to find it, and because of that, you now open up that mid lane. Tutti Booty sending it in that mid lane, saying, hey, let's go ahead, get some plates in before the plates fall. You're able to collect 2, and now it's a dance of death. Semi-Silencer and Tutti Booty saying, we know that the enemy jungler is here. We don't want to take that 2v2. Instead, we want the gold, and we'll take it. Great plays all the way around from Tricolored.
Yeah, and Tricolor, this is what we're talking about with how their composition can operate. The burst damage in that bot lane. Now, if Featherstorm had gone in the right direction, Orbro, that bot side would have changed very differently. Delgo, the engage there actually possibly could have netted a kill, and maybe Delgo wouldn't have died there. But it did not go their favor. And the mid lane play as well from Tutti Booty and Semi-Silencer. Surely Tutti Booty should be near form by now. And I feel like that's the trigger they're waiting for, is form for Tutti Booty.
Here we go again, though. Semi-Silencer trying to get out of trouble. That's going to be the stun into the tower. They're going to die of that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Out goes the Glacial Prison. Doesn't really do too much there, but a hook on the bot side means that there is a bit of pain handed back to Swiper after that bot lane flash attempt. Mid lane, though, Tutti Booty getting the flash to stay alive. The final hit of the Time Miner ain't going to land. Looking at that, it is going to be a dance right back in. Stun almost comes out, and you do get it. Do you survive? No, you should. Oh my god, the last tower shot didn't land. It's still on the bot side, though. Dello forcing Chew Blocker to stay out of harm's way and out of reach of feathers. I can't believe it. JW Blue getting away with some phenomenal play. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Dello? Dello, you mad lad.
Okay, that's it. I don't know if it's worth necessarily for Dello to die right there. Lalade is not going to be able to take advantage of this to get more chip damage onto that turret here. Swiper won't be able to get down there. And you just gave a kill over to a carry. So, questionable. But the fact that they found Swiper, got the push as well. This bot side, again, it's all about timers right now for both of these teams. Semi-Silencer needs to play around Rewind's timer in the 1v1. Lalade and Dello need to play around Chewbacca and Swiper's ultimate timings here. And Orbital, it's all well and good in lane. Both teams are tracking ults really well. But to me, what I want to see is what happens in the team fights when we see these big ults being used in 5v5s.
Oh, well, you know what? It's a 1v1 instead of a 5v5. But Derek realizing that they don't exactly enjoy this. That's going to be the goes forward. Flash out from Derek, and now Tutti Booty is in. Ho-Ho having to flash away, so it is safe keepings from both top laners. But looking at that difference, it is going to be Dello looking for a chance. Hook needs to come out quickly. Lands on a minion instead. So no chase follow-up mid lane, though. The trades back and forth are landing in Rewind's favor now. After that earlier trade, Semi-Silencer has not found the most optimal fight against this Echo.
Well, I'm worried about bot lane, Lalade right now. Look at Chewbacca, look at Swiper. Their ults are up. They're looking for this. H-Scales, you read them.
Oh, read them like a book. And down goes that Event Horizon. This is actually quite dangerous. Dodges out on the Tibbers as well. Lalade read that one like an open book test. and now they're going to follow through. The Tibbers did some work, but Shublaka, you ain't getting close to the ADC, and it's a 2-0 for the bot side of JW Blue. Dello trying to keep Semi-Silencer off the tower and does so efficiently. JW Blue ruling every single lane.
And now Ho-Ho is overextended here. The play was made bot. You have no backup. Tricolor's answering back, but at best, Orbital, it's a 1-for-2 trade. This is not equal. Herald is coming up. Oh, so pardon me. It's not even. His Herald should be coming up. Yeah, there we go. Right there. And Tricolor's. Yeah, I was thinking with this play top, they need to stick around. They didn't. 2D Booty left. Semi-Silencer left, and. Okay, 2D Booty did stick around.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, now. Yeah,
Outbreak.
that was. that was. That was to be expected. We saw that, and Lalade knew it. But that's going to be a fight around this Red Herald, as you were talking about. And this is a one that Tricolor do want to fight for. They are taking quite low, but Derek is able to get Mega Transformation. 2D Booty fought up against the wall, gets a knockup, gets another swipe at the Q, and is able to survive. But look at the recall, the Time Breaker. That is going to be the Chrono Breaker taking their life. And the follow-through kills. It is mid lane falling to HScaleZ. And now, rewind.
Now.
Fight number 2. Derek is bad. Unfortunately, is bad. Dies for the second time in this game. Semi-Silencer trying to dash away. Is going to get to the scuttle at this point. I'm just all over the place. It's going to be a dance out. Semi-Silencer, though, you're trying to get to the minion wave. Are you going to get there in time? You get slowed. You get tagged. You dash out towards the enemy side.
Okay.
You can flash back in. You're going to get the knockup. You're going to get the ulti. But there goes the stun. In goes the Bloodthirster, the Immortal Shield, bro, giving you a bit of a shield, but it's only going to last for a little bit longer. In goes the Event Horizon. The slap by Ho-Ho, though, says not today, and now it's the Glacial Prison. Welcome to the Rumble Dome. Operation and Deletion. Rewind watches as the Nasus picks up a double.
Not like this, Orbital, not like this. Tricolors was doing so well up to this point, able to answer everything back, and then that fight, they just kind of walk in one after another, and it comes off the fact that 2D Booty tried to salt the Herald. You had Semi-Silencer there, you had Derek is there, but they all opted to back off, and JW Blue, they were the ones who grouped up, they're the ones who made the play. Nobody will get Herald, but JW Blue will be picking up the tri-kills.
It was looking so good until it wasn't. That's what that was, and now Tricolor had to sit there and go, how the heck do we fight back? We saw some glimmers, right? Semi-Silencer, hands are good, but that's just... Swiper was definitely looking at the mini-map. I mean, you get out to safety, but at what cost? A flash out as well, and you land on a minion, so you are going to fall because you're taking tower. HScaleZ, though, being able to sustain under the tower a lot better than that Thresh. Lalade now getting eaten up there. Final auto attacks takes 2D Booty's life. For what went wrong there? JW Blue are able to make it right. Uh-oh. Shublaka, you got baited. Oh, no, the Primordial Burst doesn't finish it off. Oh, no. And Swiper, you stepped into the wrong spot. Once again, it is danger and disaster. The snowball of death for JW Blue.
And again, Tricolors do so well defending the turret, and then they just overextend a little bit. That is not your jungle. Look at it right now, Orbital. It is blue. It is not red in there. The wards are all from JW Blue, and unfortunately for Tricolors, it's just not respecting this. They still think it's theirs. No, it isn't. You need to get your sweepers going. I actually want to highlight the fact that Swiper right now does not even have sweepers. So they've been trying to set defensive vision, but you need to start clearing it out when you lose these outer turrets, or else, again, you lose all control. It's not your jungle anymore.
It ain't yours, so don't act like it, and every time you do, it's just going to get beaten down even more. Dello is on a roaming duty right now, throws out the hook, lands, but 2D Booty is ready to go. In they go, though. Ho-Ho saying, hey, I can take him. I definitely can. That's going to be the ghost. 2D Booty does have flash. You might have to burn it here. Yeah, there you go. Jump away. Rewind time, though, says it's ready for Rewind City. In they go. Gets the chunk. Gets the ignite, and they die inside. The Humble Trespass can't save you from the burn. 2-0 right there as Dello wants even more. Shublaka is next on the chopping block. Rewind time is looking for Swiper, and it is going to be the finish on the Thresh, but my gosh, is it not worth it? Shublaka is going to watch as Ho-Ho flashes on top of the blast cone. Again, HScaleZ is currently godlike with the cleanup that this Zwane is keeping up. 7, 1, and 10. What is this? JW Blue playing this game to a T.
And Swiper, once again, dying for faults not his own, unfortunately. Was just trying to get Chewbacca out, but while Chewbacca got out, Swiper didn't have any more abilities to escape, gets turned on punish. And Orbital, I want to highlight that all of that happened while outer turret was still up. JWU Blue, no regard, no respect for these turrets right now, playing in between them. And now, 22 minutes in, with those kills happening here, JWU Blue, they feel confident in being able to pick up this Baron. And I'd agree, Tricolor, they don't have a clue.
You know what? It ain't a 21-minute Baron, but it's pretty dang close to it. 22 and a half minutes. They are in full control of this global objective game. And with a minute 45 left, they have plenty of time to push for another set of towers, maybe an inhibitor as well. Look for that third dragon. It's a cloud, so I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world to just leave on the map. But hey, maybe you want the move speed to run down your opponents even more. 24-9 at 23 minutes. An 11,000 gold lead. Not even an Ornn would be able to help out this monstrous difference in gold.
No, and Orbital, Dragon's not coming up for a minute. So if anything, JWU Blue could look to break the base open. And if they find any kills on any critical members, they could even look to end the game. Keep in mind, Chewbacca, Swiper, their damage is front-loaded here. The moment their ults go down, their ability to impact these fights go down massively as well. The people to watch are Semi-Silencer, Tootie Booty. They're going for Ho-Ho. Ho-Ho has ultimate here.
Oh, Ho-Ho, do it. Do it. You know you're dead. You have no summoning spells. Do a 1v3. You can do it. Let me cast a curse you as well. Everyone dog piles on from Tricolor, and he's surviving for so freaking long. That is ridiculous right there. You know what? You baited enough time, though. That's Chewbacca trying to dance and save this mid lane. But needless to say, it's a flash up. It's H-Scale Z saying you can't outscale this. That'll be a kill in the mid lane, a kill for a kill, but the towers will fall on Tricolored side.
Yeah, and without Vygar, they don't have a good way to stop this push. Swiper already having used Tibbers, I believe. So, actually, is Tibbers? No, Tibbers is up. They can try to find something?
Oh, I mean, trying to find something is a little bit different. Okay. Flashes in, gets a stun, and might be the setup of the play. Keeps them all away. The Feather Recall decimates the HP levels. And H-Scale Z says, no Mega for you. It's a double for the Sejuani. It's 4 dead for Tricolor. And it's JWU not even taking the top side towers. Not even taking the mid lane inhibitor. It's all from the bot side as they clean up the Nexus. And look to take the 2-0. They will maintain a winning record and end this series.
They do it in fine form, Orbital, and I'm sorry, H-Skillsy. I said H-Skillsy picking utility. No, man. That man was a killer on this Sejuani. I think he had a higher KDA than his brother, who was on his signature Echo as well. H-Skillsy on this Sejuani, absolutely popping off. Nuts huge on this team. And JWU Blue, they just show you why they are such a massive threat here. This game, too, didn't feel like it was about, teamwork whatsoever. It just felt like, hey, we're all really, really good. We know it. We're feeling ourselves from game one. We are going to individually carry, and they certainly managed to do that in all their lanes.
And Tricolor, you know what? You put up a fight, right? The drastic shift from game number 1 into game number 2 with the composition, with the addition of Chewbacca, we saw glimmers. Their early game held out much longer than game number 1. It's just, again, a few oversteps there in the mid game. The early game getting a little bit out of... It's just, it feels like they let things slip just a little bit, and honestly, that can be corrected, I feel. For this side of Tricolor, there's possibilities for you to fight back even more in future games.
Yeah, and when I did speak to Tricolor a little bit, and I asked them what their strengths were, they did say that we're individually really skilled players, and you could kind of see that. That's why the early game, when they actually pick a team that has decent laning here, did as well as it did. Unfortunately, I think communications, especially with all these roster swaps, Orbital, that's something we have to keep in mind as well. Even if Tricolor did manage to get their starters in for game 2 here, you have that weight from game 1, that loss, the chaos that happened there, weighing on the back of your minds as well. So huge props to Tricolor for the early game and for the way they played out. They had hands. We won't question that. Unfortunately, on this day, JWU Blue, man, this team that came up from the Emergents, over there looking to rocket right past challengers here. And I wouldn't be surprised if they don't drop another game for the rest of this season.
I'm terrified to see that, and if it happens, I'm excited to see what JW Blue can do in the playoffs as we are heading ever closer to that postseason. We are in week number 6. There are 2 more weeks of games, and today we have another series coming up to you soon. That one is going to be so much fun to watch as well. Let me go ahead and get the name of who will be playing. It'll be NMT Miners. You saw it on that break screen earlier from New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology. They'll be facing off against University of Houston Skyline. Will be taking on, and of course, NMT Miners. They are currently 5-0, so you don't want to miss to see if they can continue the undefeated record. That'll be cast by Echo and Regdor, 2 of our very lovely friends, so make sure to tune in there. But for now, it is the end for us here. I gotta send RMC back to the Rift, where unfortunately his home is. I gotta head off into space, and we'll go ahead and say goodbye, and good luck with the next series. Please stick around.
What's going on, everybody? Big shout out to RMC and Orbital one more time for making it one hell of a night. And even though they had such an amazing handoff to us, unfortunately, Rector, we have to be, well, I at least will have to be the bearer of bad news. Our 9 p.m. match, which was supposed to be our final series for the night, unfortunately has been canceled. It's not happening. We tried going through multiple matches to try and find something to stream, but it just was not going to work out. It was not meant to be tonight. It's unfortunate, but we are going to be closing it out here. Very, very unfortunate, but we'll be back next week regardless. So, you know, it's not all over. We still have lots of weeks to come, but unfortunately, that's going to be it from us. We're just kind of here to really just say goodbye to everyone. Kind of unfortunate. We could have just let RMC and Orbital do it. You know, it would have been a lot smoother, but it is what it is. So we're just going to go ahead and close out the stream tonight. Thank you guys for watching and have a great rest of your night. We'll see you back here next week.